Oh, here we go. It's that nice family show.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Welcome everybody. Welcome to Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. It is January 18th, 2022, 8:14 p.m. Eastern, 5:14 Pacific. Out here where it's still light out. Thank you.
It's 5:14 out here in New York, where I'm sorry, no, it's 8:14 in New York, because I'm looking at my Los Angeles clock. I got the dual time. This is what happens when you go between both coasts. But hey now. But yeah, so 8:15 here in New York, 8:14 live.
Yeah. Where it's
dark as dark as pitch
and cold.
It's probably cold, but I'm happy because a nice slice of pizza feels nice in my hands.
Oh,
yeah, real pizza,
sounds
baby.
Good. That sounds awesome.
I had some great pizza today.
Oh, cool. Cool. I had a bowl of soup. Very good. No, that's good stuff, though. It's good stuff. It's kept me going, actually, the past month or so, as far as the, feeling good, basically.
Turn up the Campbell's. Soup is good food.
Yeah. Well, it's not Campbell's. It's actually it's that I brought it up before. It's the they make pasta sauces too.
What was it, Amy's or
like Rio?
Rayo, R-A-O, right?
R-A-O. Yeah.
Hey, listen, unless they're a sponsor on the show, we don't give them the time of day.
They should be. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's this stuff. Rayo.
Listen, if we use a product, like we're whores. So Rayos, call us.
Yeah, this stuff is amazing. And yeah, not sponsored, but yeah,
not sponsored.
Chicken and gnocchi.
Gnocchi.
Stuff, or whatever, gnocchi. It's incredible. It's incredible stuff.
Not to be confused with gnocchi.
Yeah.
But you could pour that creamy stuff on someone's gnocchi, and I'm sure it'll be wonderful.
Yeah. Oh my God. Hey, Michael Smith. Hey, dude. Good to see you.
Let's welcome everybody in the chat right now. Let's do a roll call rather than 20 minutes into the show. Let me start with that. Or actually, let me give first a shout out. We got the executive producers, the big bosses. We have to yell out to the bosses, otherwise we get our asses handed to us, and I don't get a paycheck. And that would be yeah. Oh, there they are now. Oh, boy. Let's say hi to executive producers and big bosses, Dave Ennis, Vinyl Freak 5150, Mike Neese, Music Therapy Laz, Majestic PB and J Cat, Wayno, False Flag, Sherman Callahan, Andy Carson, Michael B, our Habs, War 1G, the Chad, Linny Lou, and my little geriatric sex kitten Mary, James Gum, John Moronic, Stephen Franklin, Michael the Captain Smith, Thomas Santiago, Joe Christian, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael. By the way, Steve, I'm mailing out your winning from your winnings. Well, it's one thing from last week. So look for that. Look for that very soon.
And Johnny, correct me if I'm wrong. That is the top tier of channel members. The executive producers, the big bosses, the ones that sign the paychecks, the ones that take all the lawsuits and throw them at me in anger, the ones that hand me subpoenas and yell at me, the ones that paddle me on my way out the door. Those are the big bosses. Those are the
Yeah.
ones that are legally liable if we get sued for some of the shit that we do here, some of the madness, some of the craziness. Those are them. And if you want to be responsible for some of the madness, how can they join and be a big boss?
Well, you click the join button below, right below the 24 thumbs ups.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to help support, other than being a big boss, if you're not ready to be a big boss, you can. Any super chats will change the color of those lights in the guitar moire. It's a special feature right here.
There it is.
And we're
It's
also
like
live
magic.
on. It's magic. That's what it is. That's what it is. And we're also live on Facebook, Johnny Beane TV Facebook page, where we have Facebook Stars, which is a digital gift that helps in the production of these shows. It's very similar to like a super chat, but Facebook's version of that. And we're also live in the 1974 to Forever Van Halen Facebook group, just under 63,000 members. EVH Gear Live page, group, Johnny Beane, my personal profile, where I'm at like 5,000 friends. And it's craziness.
That's it. If you're not friends with Johnny now, you're screwed. You're out of luck.
Yeah.
He's at the limit. That's it.
Yeah, no new friends.
Nobody.
Like in Seinfeld. Thank you, Stephen Franklin.
I don't need any more new friends. I already have my friends.
Stephen Franklin is my new friend here. Thank you.
Oh, you could buy your friendship. You could buy Johnny's friendship. If anyone wants my PayPal, you can buy my friendship too. I need a few new best friends.
Yeah,
I have some great best friends, but the ones I have, they're not wealthy like the executive producers, the big bosses. They're not part of a conglomerate in charge of a media show that's blazing through the internet like a wet fart. There it is.
It's been crazy. It's been crazy around here, man. I don't know if you've been watching, but it's just been nuts.
I've been watching, and the IRS has been watching. They're like, those guys are making a lot of money all of a sudden. Audience is growing. Look at this. Janice Lala buying Johnny's friendship as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, if you don't send it to my PayPal, you're just friends with Johnny. that's those super chats only buy Johnny's friendship. I only take direct payment to PayPal.
Yeah. Well, if do I still have yours here? I had it before.
Somewhere.
What is it?
Somewhere
what's your PayPal?
You had it in the scroll.
I had it in the scroll, but I took it away because these things are always changing.
Johnny's got 1,000 ways to make money. I only have one, and he took it away.
What is it?
If you want to be friends with Blue Rhino, he works for ice cream. So,
what's your email?
It's JON John without the H, JONMANKUTA at AOL.com. That is my PayPal address.
AOL.
I know there's only 2 people on AOL left. It's me and the founder of AOL. And he doesn't even use it. He's on like Gmail or something. Let's see. So Johnny's putting it in the scroll.
There you go.
Let's see.
Wait. There it is.
John Mancuda at AOL.com. Yeah, it's hard to read, but okay. Johnny couldn't even use capital letters for John Mancuda, but all right, look, you all know how to spell my name.
DC.
Everyone's buying Johnny's friendship. I got nothing.
Cece, wait a minute, dude. I got to ask you something really quick, Cece.
Hit it, Cece.
Cece, are you the one that we've been talking to on Twitch? Is that you?
Cece?
Is that you? Let me know, because there's somebody that's been hanging out, because we play GTA on Twitch every night, and we're live within the Discord, so we talk for like hours and hours.
Sure.
And there's been somebody in there that's been like talking to us, and I last night I kind of made the connection. I'm like, I think that's Cece. You admit nothing. Okay.
You know, I never seen you look so good.
Wow.
And yeah, I am a massive CC DeVille fan. So
all good, Cece. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not that CC. It's another CC.
Yeah. So Johnny's racked up $30 already. I've racked up nothing. I'm looking at my PayPal account is right there if you want to send me something. There it is. John Mancuda at AOL.com. There you go.
There it is. And look who else is here.
I could see the pennies trickling in.
Hey.
The sound of money, and now he comes.
Yeah, because I heard there was money involved.
There you go.
That's right.
Johnny also plays with Dr. Dre.
I ran into Dr. Dre in GTA the other day. It's the truth.
With your car?
Did he bust a
No
cap
joke.
in your ass?
No joke. He invited me to his studio, and I was in a limo with him. It's the truth.
Is it true you're friends with Mancuda and Neanderthal?
He was in a limo with him in GTA.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Ask
damn
anybody
true.
that was there.
That's awesome.
Warlag, see, Warlag was there.
Warlag was there. Is that how we're pronouncing it, by the way? Is Warlag or is it War 1G? I want to make sure, because he's a big boss. He's one of the executive producers. If I screw his name up, I'm on the chopping block.
We can only hope.
Yeah.
I asked him one time. if it was Warlag, and I think he said it was.
So is it Warlag? Is it Warlag or is it War 1AG? Am I screwing up your name? Oh, Bozique is right on top of it. I seriously can't wait for the Johnny Beane Show royalty lawsuit.
Thank you. Someday.
Well, that's me and Neanderthal. And Dane's gonna throw in too. He's gonna be, wait, is this a class action suit? All right. Yeah, I'll join you guys. Okay.
Hey, Will.
Bozique just called me verbose. I think that was a compliment, and yet I don't think so. It was a compliment.
So it is Warlag. Okay. Got it.
It's War 1AG.
But it's gonna be Warlag because he's one of the bosses, Paul. He's one of the bosses.
So get his name correct then.
That's what I'm saying. I'm on the chopping block here. Once again, another screw up. All right, let's say hi to all our regular viewers because I love and appreciate our audience. Let's say hi to Alice.
You do that. I smell Lemmy shit. I'll be right back.
Okay, there you go. Just in time to avoid. Paul, you want to do the roll call? Oh, he's gone. All right, let's say hi to Alice Martinez, Warlag, David Scher in the house, Tim Thomas. Let's see, Megatod 707, Bozique in the house, the original Paramutant, Gretz Zeppelin, Murph Murphy, James G, Thomas Santiago, Bozique in the house, Forrest Melkaza, Can't Drive 55, R2, R3, Locking Nut, Symmetry, my buddy Symmetry in the house, guitar player extraordinaire,
GTA player extraordinaire as well.
Music Therapy Laz, how are you, brother? Marky FX in the house. They're pouring in. Keith Campbell. Let's see. Leo Safko. Janice Lala. And thank you, Janice. Janice contributing to the show. Rock Daddy. Who's your Rock Daddy? Who's your Rock Daddy? Christopher Live Sawa. Home with Omicron. Feel better, man. That stuff's real hard to deal with. I have a couple of friends that are feeling really, really bad with that now. The new variant that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Danny's Rock and Metal. Huh?
I know people that had it too. Local people I've been hanging out with. They
it sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
Wear the damn mask. Get the damn shot, and let's at least try to edge out of this shit. Let's see. Nightbot in the house. Dan in New Jersey. My man Dan. Let's see. Yeah, Can't Drive 55. I am bi-coastal, meaning I live between. I have a place in Hollywood, California, and I have obviously my old home in New York. So I go back and forth between mom's home and my home, and I have double residency basically. So I just go back and forth between coasts. Guitar Man 45 in the house. Kai Matthews wants to know, which do I prefer, New York pizza or Jersey pizza? I mean, here's the thing. It is the same shared water supply pretty much. So they're both, amazing. I think there's more people in New York that know how to do it. I think we have a little more of an Italian population than New Jersey, but you're not going to go wrong with either one as long as it's there because the states are connected. So, the water's flowing from Canada, going through New York's crappy sewer system, picking up all those minerals that makes the dough deliciously crispy and chewy. Same with bagels. So yeah, you're not going to get a bad slice in New York or Jersey. You could go right there. Same water. Let's see. Kai Matthews, Michael Smith, Tim Thomas, Guitar Man 45, Keith Campbell, Safko, Murphy, Browns fan, CC in the house. Thank you, CC. Rock Daddy.
Hit it, CC.
All Dave, all night. Warlag, whose name I'm going to pronounce now properly.
Yeah, Warlag.
And Browns fan, thank you for the hello to Blue Rhino, the only uncorrupted person in this entire show. James G was going to become a big boss, but he doesn't want to get sued. Yeah. Can't help you there, man. It's a fine line of quality of the show versus the shit show that it really is, that we try to disguise it of what it is. So, yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys watch Saturday? I had to fire the call screener. Man.
Oh, what happened on Saturday?
We took some crazy calls that were out of control.
Let's see. Majestic PB&J, Cat James 5150, Jeff K, Can't Drive 55, All Dave All Night, Mark Dillon, Paulie Walnuts. How you guys doing? Who do we got on anyone? We got anyone on Facebook? Because I can't see that chat. Anyone different on Facebook? I know some people watch on both systems.
Yeah, we have Will Dunham.
Hold it, Bozique. If I'm wealthy, then you're reading the wrong book, my friend. Let's see.
We got Will Dunham. We got Sharon Wilddollar.
Sharon, how are you? And Will, how are you? Good to see you guys.
And
Hellstorm in the house.
I also
still like 1972. Megatod. Let's see.
There's a lot of
Yostinator in the house.
There's a lot of.
They're pouring in. Let's see. Steve Carmichael in the house. Gretch Zeppelin. Lindy Lynch in the house. How are you, hon? Tim Thomas. Danny's Rockin' Metal in the house. James Lyle in the house.
Marcy Douglas on Facebook.
Marcy. And was Marcy feeling under the weather? Was that Marcy? Or no, I'm thinking of April. I'm sorry, my bad.
I don't know.
Another girl. Brian Long. Let's see. Joe Hervey. You wanted the worst, you got the worst. Damn right. Welcome to the show. Blackjack Guitar. Dan in New Jersey. Let's see.
It was Marcy.
Was it Marcy?
That's what they're saying.
That's under the weather. I'm sorry. I mix up friends. Yeah, feel better, honey. Erica Foreman, my girl Erica, and her beautiful wife Sophie in the house. AI Gaming in the house. Brian Long. Warlag wants to know, do I know where to get old BC Rich cavity plates for a Warlock? I mean, the old ones, you could try to find them on eBay. I find them on eBay or Reverb sometimes. Or usually what I'll do is first go to the BC Rich chat boards on Facebook and just put out a call. You know, most BC Rich guys are really good. Most guitar guys in general are good for parts. I know I've mailed out free parts to people, and people have mailed me free parts. I mean, it's a brotherhood, you know, or sisterhood. But most people, if they have it, they'll usually, you know, throw you a spare part if they have it. If they don't, if that doesn't work, then what I would do is I would contact Neil Moser at Moser Guitars out in Arizona, my buddy Neil, and all you guys in the BC Rich world know Neil. and he will make you one. He'll make you one. Just basically trace an outline of the size you need, and trace an outline of the size you need, and they'll get into it, and they'll cut it for you and charge you like next to nothing. It's very cheap. Let's see. War One A G Z. Jimmy Carr in the house. Blackjack Guitar in the house. All Day, All Night. James G. Leo Safka. Dwight Bailey in the house now. Joe Hervey, my Jew homie. Rob Johnson in the house. Or is it Robbie Johnson? Is that Rob Johnson?
That's Robbie Johnson.
That's Robbie Johnson, not to be confused with Rob Johnson.
False flag.
Mega
Thank you, man.
707. False flag in the house now. Love you guys too. Love you too, man. Let's see. Jack Guitar, Roy Bailey, All Day, All Night. And my girl Sandra Picorni.
Picorni. Picorni. Picorni. Been loving a long time.
And of course, shout out to my girl Mama Kuda, my buddy Mike Mers, my buddy Billy, and everyone else pouring into the chat right now.
Hey, Glenn
LaFurman.
My buddy, Glenn LaFurman.
I'm friendly with Glenn too.
Okay,
Look at Johnny claiming audience members. Do you see
Glenn
this?
calls me. Does he call you?
He calls me an asshole.
We talk on the phone all the time.
He calls me an asshole is what he calls me.
Glenn.
Everybody likes Glenn. Here's the thing. Glenn is friends with everybody.
I don't know Glenn at all. None
But
whatsoever.
he still likes you because he watches the show.
No, yeah, sure. No, I'm sure he's a great guy. Johnny won't make
guy.
the introduction because there's no money in it for him.
Exactly. And everyone say hi to Mama
I'm
Kuda
sure Glenn
watching.
is a great guy.
Everyone say hi to Mama Kuda watching because
Hi,
Mama Kuda said, tell everyone in the audience I send my love and I appreciate everyone. That's what she said. She doesn't appreciate me, but she sends her love to everyone else.
Stephen Franklin question in the chat. It's a Zematis. It's a Zematis Antanis Select. These are they were originally handmade by a Turkish guitar maker named Anthony Zematis.
Zematis out of wood. Zematis out of wood.
Well, that's the funny part. Most Zematis guitars have metal fronts. They're the ones with the aluminum plate on the front with all the intricate designs and stuff like that. They're originally designed to cut down on pickup hum. This one, you'll notice, has a lot of mother of pearl in it. Those are all hand placed. These are very, very intricately built, hand built guitars. Now they're made in Japan by either Greco or a standalone company. But Zematis guitars.
Ace approves.
Yes, Ace loves it. He just wants to give me the ball so that I'll pay attention to him and not the guitar.
My guitars have a lot of mother of Kuda on them.
So most of the Zematis guitars have an aluminum plate on the front. This is from the Pearl series. They have a couple different series. You can see there's a lot of mother of pearl laid into this guitar. But the original Zematis guitars have a metal aluminum plate, and they were etched. They're etched by an artist, and you'll see that on the bridge. You'll see some etching. They're fairly boutique guitars that you don't see very often. Ronnie Wood plays them. Gilby Clarke plays them. A couple other guys have played them. Jimi Hendrix used to play a Zematis acoustic. It had the cutaway hole was in the shape of a heart. That was a Zematis.
Cool.
Our buddy Sean Silas, channel member, was a Zematis. Is it Zematis or Zemaitis?
It depends on who you talk to. It's Zemaitis. So Zematis is one pronunciation, but it's Antonis Zemaitis.
What do those usually run, Paul? Vistalite 1972 Watson now.
It depends. It depends on what ones you buy. The original handmade ones from Tony are in the thousands. This is probably a $2,000 guitar, between $1,500 and $2,000. They're not cheap. But they do make a Korean version of this that's probably around $1,100.
Man, but yeah, our buddy Sean Silas, he was a Zemaitis or Zematis endorsee.
Yeah, they're cool
Nice.
guitars. They have a tendency. They're a little, obviously, if you look at them, they're mostly single cuts. A little bit wider cut than the Gibson, but a little thinner in the middle of the body. and the body itself is significantly smaller as well. But everything is.
I was
hand
about
laid
to
that-
say the body itself looks a lot smaller than
Yeah.
a Les Paul standard.
Yeah, smaller guitar players like these because they look good in their hands. This looks like a toy in my hands. It looks like the guitar. It looks like the Guitar Hero controller.
Looks like that little ukulele I play on when I'm in LA.
It looks like a toy, but they're cool guitars. They have a weird, because of the amount of aluminum. Yes, I know Glenn Danzig. He's come.
Come on, Glenn Danzig.
No, it's Mike Mahorlak in another name. That's cool. Because of the aluminum, the amount of aluminum on them and stuff, they have a Rickenbacker sort of jangly sound to them. They're not, and they don't have a maple top like a Les Paul would. It's all just mahogany. So they have a different sound to them. They're kind of they're very cool jangle guitars. Like if
what
you
does
like
it
playing
weigh?
with core, I don't know, maybe 8 pounds, if that, 7 pounds.
Is it that much?
Yeah, they're not very heavy. It's probably 7 pounds. It's mahogany. The body is mahogany. It's mahogany neck, mahogany body, rosewood fretboard. They do make them with ebony, but I mean, most of the weight is actually the aluminum, believe it or not.
Oh,
like
right,
that plate,
okay.
the plate and the neck plate. That's the original Zemaitis didn't have a truss rod adjustment up there on the top of the neck. That was just for show and decoration. And like I said, the majority of them are they're famous for their aluminum front guitars and the mother of pearl ones. If you'll see, Keith Richards has one, Ronnie Wood has one, and again, all of that mother of pearl is individual pieces, hand placed by an artisan. They're more of a work of art than they are great guitars. They're cool guitars
By a
Nice.
Zemaitis.
Yeah, it's not a guitar that everybody's into. If you're into them, you're into them. If you're not, you're not. I just happen to want one, and I like the pearl one because I can't afford one of the steel front ones or aluminum front ones. Those are way too expensive.
Can't Drive 55 wants to know, how is the tone?
Oh, they're good. They sound great. Jay Hannon doesn't like them because Jay Hannon is a metal guitar player, and these are not metal guitars. They're not for heavy metal. They're more bluesy, jazzy. I mean, they were originally made in the mid 50s.
Jay's not gonna take it. No, Jay's not gonna take it.
Or send it back.
Look at this, by the way. False Flag is a member for 22 months. Top of the world package. False Flag is Johnny. Does that make him like one of the executive big bosses? I think he already owns the channel. I think he already owns the channel. He's giving Johnny so much money.
Yes, Stephen Franklin. They do have a very Les Paul type neck, not quite as fat as a Les Paul.
Yes. No, False Flag. He's a huge supporter, and he has a record coming out.
He's you.
So,
but you don't have a record coming out.
Okay, well, we are the same person. I'll finally admit that.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah,
I'll admit it.
There it is.
We're the same. We're the same.
You're wondering why so far he's given the channel like $19,000, and it's only
it's just
the 2 weeks into the year.
No, Keith Campbell. They are not routed.
Johnny and False Flag.
No, we're not routed.
Oh, the guitars,
we're separate.
right?
No, wait.
Okay.
I don't know.
I did not get that from Dane Cheech. Dane has had one Zemaitis in his shop in the 6 years that I've known him. They don't come around very often. Renus Pinkel, you can say that I should have bought a Tokai, but the funny thing about it is I think Tokai makes them. Tokai or Greco makes them now. They are a high-end Japanese artisan guitar.
Here's a question, Paul. Have you spoken to Dane today? Where is Dane today?
Not today. Saw him over the weekend. Dane did me a pretty cool solid over the weekend. So he no,
go ahead.
No, for all of the shit we give Dane, we're pretty good friends. And
I don't.
Dane did it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you see Johnny dodging that bullet.
Not so me. There was a guy that owned an SG knockoff that was in his shop that had this beautiful leather strap. I think Dane showed it on the show at one point.
The Ace
leather
Frehley,
strap with the Ace Frehley. Yeah, he got me that strap. The
nice.
kid traded the guitar in with the strap, and Dane gave me the strap for it. So now I have the lightning bolt strap for one of my Ace Frehley guitars, which is cool.
Very cool. That is a good
Awesome.
solid.
Yeah.
Kudos to
cool
Dane, man.
Yeah, it was a really nice thing to do. Then there was another guy who is a customer of Dane's, a guy named Chuck, who knows I'm a Les Paul fan, brought in Tony Bacon's $1 Million Les Paul book, which is a book about Tony Bacon trying to find the very first Les Paul burst that was ever made, and to see if it's $1 million guitar. Because Les Pauls, as we know, the 58 to 60 bursts can go anywhere from, if it's a real one as opposed to a fake one, it can go anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 or more.
Yeah, for sure.
Depending on who owned it too. I mean, that's the big thing about those is those famous burst guitars. It's whose hands did they pass through? That sort of gives them their intrinsic value, because it's funny, if you want to get the quality of a 1958 through 1960 Les Paul burst guitar, buy a 1958 through 1960 gold top. Same friggin' guitar, just a different finish. So if you're talking about old wood and the electronics and the playability, if you want a guitar from 58 to 60, those great, holy grail guitars, and you want it to play, you don't want it to look at and hang on the wall and to show off to your friends, just buy a gold top, because they make gold tops and they don't sell for anywhere near as much.
Yeah, and a lot of people wind up buying those gold tops, stripping them and refinishing them into bursts.
Yep. Well, I have a fairly high-end boutique guitar that was refinished by a guy named Dave Johnson, who does that refinishing thing. He'll take gold tops and strip them down, and he'll burst paint them and all that kind of stuff. Dave Johnson does that stuff. He's and that's kind of what Max Baronet and some of those other guys do too. It's guitar repair and refinishing and relicking and all that stuff to sort of customize them. And yes, the gold tops, that's what a lot of people do, is they buy those gold tops, refinish them, and then flip them for burst money. And that's obviously very disingenuous, but that is the nature of the game.
Yeah, because you're dealing with 6-figure guitars.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're very, very expensive guitars.
Hey, Hip Metalworks, welcome.
Christopher Livesoa, no, that's not a child's guitar. I'm just big. I'm a person and a half wide. So
Paul's
those
8'3". If you're not aware of how big Neanderthal is, that's a full-size guitar.
I just by virtue of just explanation, I wear a 56 suit jacket. So for me to carry a guitar, they all look kind of small, unless it's like the Gretsch or one of those big hollow bodies. Most guitars look small in my hands because I'm wide. I'm a very wide person.
Do you guys
not
remember,
very tall? I'm only 6'1".
Do you guys remember those? Do you guys remember those big tubes that you'd put on the front lawn as a kid, and kids would crawl through? It was like, kind of wire with cloth over it.
You mean the wacky waving inflatable tube man?
No, not those, but it was like a tube you'd lay on the grass, and like kids would crawl through these tubes. They'd have them in gym class sometimes. Do you remember those?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Neanderthal uses those as condoms. This is exactly, we're trying to put into perspective the size of Neanderthal. And what it is, those aren't German Shepherds. Those are dire wolves. That's why they look like normal dogs next to them. And just so you know, that's not a chimney. That's my mother's vagina. After Neanderthal's mighty hog plowed her into yeah. Hi, Ellie. Right now, my mother's watching. This is the size of this girthy man below me.
Girth does matter.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna apologize for being wide.
Look at the size of me.
Yeah, no, I'm just not gonna. I can't apologize for it. I am who I am, and that's all that I am. That's where the Ernest Borgnine thing comes from. Ernest Borgnine was a big dude too.
Yeah.
So, but that's the Neanderthal thing. It's not a cool. It's not a cool radio name. It was literally a nickname I got in 6th grade. Because I hit puberty before everybody else. So in 6th grade, I was like 5'10" and 175 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
That's how big you were coming out of the womb, right?
I was, I think I was.
Mother died during childbirth.
In 1968, that was pretty big. I was 8'14".
That's your height?
That was my weight, was 8 pounds 14 at birth, which was big in 1968.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, kids are fucking 10, 12 pounds.
Yeah, that they weigh as much as a side of beef nowadays coming out. I feel bad for your modern day vagina. It takes like 17 stitches to get it back into shape if you decide to have natural childbirth.
You wish.
Crazy.
See, Mike Niece is like steroids. You know, had I done steroids, I probably would have played in the NFL. That was the thing that kept me out of playing pro football. Was I wouldn't do steroids because I was a decent football player and probably could have played. I wanted to play I'm old enough. I could have played in the original USFL, but it folded me in my senior year.
It's not enough that Paul's already the size of a fucking meat refrigerator in a restaurant. That's not big enough for you guys. No, needs to do steroids too.
I'm about the size of the pro wrestler Bruno Sammartino. That's about how big I am. I'm 6'1", 270 pounds. I wear a size 14 shoe. I have a 7 7/8 neck and a 56 suit jacket, but I only have a 38 waist. So it's just a weird. I'm a person of unusual proportions, according to Disneyland.
If Johnny stood on Paul's hand, you think you were watching Gulliver's Travels.
See, here's the thing. I'm not big. I'm not big. Dane is taller than I am.
I'm not big. I'm not a big guy. This is your car.
Johnny, you're taller than I mean, Mancuda, you're taller than I am.
I'm 6'4". How tall are you?
6'1". You
look bigger than me. You look
right,
like
because I'm
a man.
I'm wide.
You look like a man.
I'm wide. Yeah, I'm never gonna be. I'm never gonna.
My dick's like a straw.
I'm never gonna be svelte. That's just not a thing. And so when I pick up one of these, which is a normal size guitar to some people, I can almost palm the middle of this guitar.
Oh, dang.
I can almost palm this guitar. It's like Andre the Giant with that beer can in
Paul
Sports
could wrap
Illustrated.
his shaft around his neck like Alice Cooper's snake.
And the funny thing about it is, I don't have very long fingers. I've got big fucking stupid hands, but I have chick fingers. So I'm not, Do
you want to give me a hand job?
Nope. But thanks for asking.
I'm tempted now. Now I'm tempted. And Johnny's got some pussy. There you go.
Oh, Ned!
Oh, it's Nedward Van Halen, everybody.
Yeah, my guy.
Making a guest appearance, Nedward Van Halen.
So that explains why guitar players are small. Guitars are small in my hands.
No.
And most guitar players are small too. You know this. Most musicians, like I used to think that David Lee Roth was like completely statuesque till I stood next to him. Dave's like 5'9". He's like 5'9".
Is he really?
Yeah, he's not very big.
I thought he was
not very big at all. No, that's the funny part. He's not very big. All
Sebastian
those musicians.
Bach is like my height.
Yes, he's like 6'5". Sebastian is 6'5".
I think he's like an inch or two over me, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like 6'5",
like
6'6". And skinny, scrawny. Nikki Sixx is about your size.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Nikki Sixx about 6'4". Plus, he's got that thing on the top of his head, so it makes him look bigger. But a lot of those musicians, like Eddie and those guys, I mean, the smallest people I've ever been near have been the AC/DC guys. They are fucking tiny. Like Malcolm and Angus are like, they're little people.
You've been thunderstruck! Thunderstruck! Yeah!
Yeah, Dave is not 6 feet tall. He would like to tell you that.
I thought David Lee Roth was bigger. I really did.
He's not.
I did not know that.
No, I mean, he'll tell you he is, just like they do in wrestling and football. They tell you, they add a couple of inches to their height and take a couple of years off their age.
Yeah.
Speaking of adding a couple of inches, delicious Bang energy drink. This is the can that I stuff in my pants to make girls think I'm normal size. Delicious Bang energy drink. Today's flavor, by the way, is sweet Georgia peach iced tea. Wow. No sugar and full of super creatine to give me go energy. Thank you, delicious Bang energy drink, for having a can I can safely stuff in my shorts. There you go.
Lemmy has decided she wants to talk. Mega Todd asks, isn't James Hetfield big? Not very. I think he's like 6'2". He's a little taller than me. Not very big. Robert Trujillo, same thing. Not very big.
Yeah, Trujillo I've met. He's wide, but he's not a tall man.
Yeah. He's built like I am. He's a wide guy with a low center of gravity. Most of those guys, most of those musicians are just, Most of those musicians are deceptively short. Everybody in Aerosmith is pretty small except for Tom Hamilton. All the AC/DC guys are small.
You're talking tall wise.
Yes, tall wise. Not. We're not going back to penis size here. Everybody's got a tiny schmeckle. Those AC/DC guys, tiny schmeckle. David Lee Roth, tiny schmeckle.
Lemmy was I think 6'2". I mean 6'1", 6'2". He and I were about the same height. Peter Steele from Typo Negative was massive.
There's a porn name.
He was like 6'8". He was like 6'7", 6'8". He was a big dude.
It's like Iron Rod and Platinum Lance. Golden.
No, he was a big dude. Peter Steele was a big dude, and allegedly like the great nephew of Joseph Stalin. So yay.
Zounds.
He was a big dude with a deep voice. Most of those guys are not very big. D. Snyder's big. D's like 6'4", 6'5".
D is about my height. Yes.
Yeah.
Or
D's,
maybe
and D's also normal sized. Like he's pretty wide too. He's not a scrawny guy. AJ Perro was a pretty good size.
Jim Root is 6'8", probably.
Yeah, Jim Root's tall. He's at least 6'6", 6'8", and a super nice guy.
Leo Safko says Artie Lang said the AC/DC guys were like a bunch of dwarves when they
True.
came into the Howard Stern show studio.
True. They look like little kids. They did.
It's like an episode of the Little Rascals where they, the International Silver Stream Submarine Band.
Gene Simmons is 6'4".
Yes.
Gene is not a small guy.
Yeah, Gene is my height, and
Ron Crosby was big.
Only about 400 million times my worth.
Alice Cooper is relatively tall. Yeah, he's probably 6'3".
Is Alice that tall?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's a normal sized guy.
Glenn Danzig is about 3 foot.
Yeah, he's tiny. Most of these guys are small. I mean, Stephen Piercy's small, Juan Crocier's small. Those guys are not big dudes. Tracy Guns is not a big dude. Phil Lewis is tiny.
Tracy's not too big.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, but other guys, you get guys like Gene Simmons, who is big. Paul Stanley's actually tall. He's a normal sized human being. But a lot of these musicians are tiny, which is good because those buses suck. Being on a tour bus is very uncomfortable for somebody my size.
Paul Stanley I've never stood next to in regular shoes. Gene I have.
Let me see if I might have a picture with Paul Stanley somewhere. He and I are about the same height. He might be
nice to Glenn Danzig. I'm friends with Glenn Danzig. Be nice to him.
Glenn Danzig is a unique fellow.
Bruce Kulick is pretty tall. I don't know exactly how tall.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how tall though. I'm trying to remember, I don't really notice I'm standing next to someone. If they're unusually small, I'll remember, but I don't remember off the top of my head how tall exactly Bruce was.
He's probably 6'1", 6'2".
Stephen Franklin, Sebastian Bach is maybe an inch taller than me, something like that. Maybe I think at least an inch taller.
All right, how tall is Billy Sheehan?
I never physically met him in person.
I have.
Did you look up at him or eye to eye, Johnny?
He's like
he was a bit taller. I have a picture of us standing next to each other. I don't know if I can find it, but yeah.
He's Johnny. I'll send you a picture. You can show that is me and Paul Stanley. This was when I was fat. Oh boy.
PHAT.
Vistalite wants to know how tall is Ozzy. Ozzy is that's how tall
Ozzy's not very tall. Billy might be 6'4" because he's got me. He's a couple inches taller than I am.
Sharon stole all his height too.
Ozzy might be 6 feet tall. Zach is about 6'2", 6'3".
Zach Wild is about my height. Yeah, somewhere around there.
I'm 5'6". I'm 5'6". So there's Billy.
Yeah, I have a picture with Billy. I have a picture with the winery dogs. But Paul's probably 6'2", 6'3", maybe 6'2", I would say. And I sent Johnny a picture of me with Paul Stanley, and he's a little taller than I am. That was back when I was 325 pounds. Oof. I got Peter Griffin face. Look at that. There's no neck. There's no neck. There's just balls, chin, and then fat around the neck. Oh, it was awful.
That's a nice picture, though.
It's a cool picture if I weren't so fucking fat. Look at that face. Look at just the blubber hanging down.
Holy shit. You know, I didn't even know that was Neanderthal I was standing next to. I thought I was posing with a manatee.
Yeah, I was not. But yeah, I mean, it's funny because I don't have many pictures with famous people until I look and I'm like, oh, I do have some pictures. You know,
I have some from NAMM. I know I have like a photo with Chris Holmes, and
it's funny you talk about we talk about how Trujillo is a big dude, right? We all think of Robert Trujillo as a big dude, and then Johnny. There you go, Johnny. And I don't realize that Trujillo is not as big as I thought he was.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We think of Trujillo as a big dude, right? Robert Trujillo's big? Not really.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Not really. Now, when you see Trujillo on stage, you think, well, that's a big dude. He's not.
Yeah, there's also that assumption when someone's playing bass, you assume that they're like a big guy.
Yeah. Yeah,
whatever he is. Larry Mitchell. He's tall.
Larry's tall, yeah.
He's really tall.
Megatod wants to know how much did Kiss charge for that picture. We took it for a nominal fee.
It was a nominal fee.
We only charged Neanderthal a nominal fee.
It was a nominal fee. Dave Grohl is about my height, a little taller. I'm looking at pictures now, like with other people. Surprisingly big, Daryl McDaniels from Run DMC. Gary Sharon small. Here's a great one.
Rob Johnson.
Oh, there you go.
Rob Johnson. Oh, you and Rob Johnson?
Yeah.
Rob Johnson looking good.
Look at that.
It's the battle of the vertically challenged. Rob at least has the hair sticking up, so he's got an inch on you.
Here you go, Johnny. With Kevin Martin. Kevin Martin from Candlebox is tall but really skinny. Chuck Billy is huge, Hellstorm. Chuck Billy is a massive, massive man. He's like 6'6", 6'7", almost 300 pounds.
I passed Chuck Billy walking out of Guitar Center one time, and he's really big.
So there's Kevin Martin from Candlebox. Look how small, how thin he is. He's just a little dude.
Johnny, do you have that photo I took of you and Michael Anthony? Who's taller between you guys? Because
you're taller than Michael Anthony.
Short. I know I'm tall. I tower over.
Yeah, you're
but
way
I'm
bigger
asking
than Michael Anthony.
I'm asking Johnny because I think Johnny and him are similar.
There's me and Mike.
There you go. Johnny is actually taller than Michael Anthony. Look at that.
Yes, and you think of the Van Halen
So there's
somebody.
There's somebody.
But think about this for a second. Look at how much taller David Lee Roth is than Michael Anthony. All right, in pictures.
Yeah,
he's not that much taller, and yet Johnny is taller than Michael Anthony, and David Lee Roth is only barely taller than Johnny.
Man.
You know what I mean? So those guys are not big. They're not big dudes. You want to see a small dude? LeJean Witherspoon from Seven Dust is small.
That's what I say on every date I go on. I'm like, do you want to see a small guy? You mean Blue Rhino? No.
Kevin Muse, Jason, I'm Jason Muse from Jay and Silent
Jay
Bob.
and Silent Bob. He's not
Small dude.
We're just showing pictures now.
Yeah,
Who's that? You and Inspector Gadget?
That's Mike Durnt, Green Day.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, sure.
It looks like a guy that should not be allowed near a schoolyard.
Oh, well, that just seems mean.
Hey, I didn't dress him.
Two of the guys in Def Leppard
Johnny,
are
show
tall.
that photo again. Come on, let me see that photo one more time. Show that photo. Spotlight yourself for a second. Spotlight yourself and then show that photo.
I used to sell guitars to this
tell
guy.
me you're in the audience and not thinking right now, go Gadget Copter.
He does have a little bit of the...
Or he looks like that guy on Sesame Street. Hey, you want to buy an S? Huh? You want to buy an S? Yeah, the guy with the overcoat coming out. Hey, I got it.
StreamYard. S is for StreamYard. That's how we're doing these shows. I'm
taller than everybody in Def Leppard except for Rick Savage and Joe Elliott. I was just looking.
And just as wealthy.
Well, yes, of course. But then we don't like to talk about that.
StreamYard. Oofa.
Hey, if any of you guys out there, if you have photos of yourself with your favorite
famous
celebrity,
people, sure.
Send them in. Send them in via WhatsApp.
Especially if it's myself or Neanderthal.
There we go. Yeah, text them in right there. Like, hey, Randy Price, you just did that? I think we just got one.
Oh, that's a dick pic. Johnny, don't open that.
Randy Price, since Paul brings up Landon Witherspoon, here's me and the 7 guys.
I brought up Landon Lakes and Lando Calrissian.
In
Witherspoon.
The Land O'Lakes Indian girl.
In 2013. So here's Randy Price with right there.
Yep.
There you go.
Blurry.
See, again, the 7 guys are fairly small.
There you go.
Because you have to be.
You have to be fairly small?
Yeah, have to be on those buses and shit. It sucks.
I think that's a matter of circumstance more than anything.
So how tall is Duff? Duff is probably what, 6'3"?
Duff McKagan. He's pretty
the Duff
tall,
man?
Right? Duff from The Simpsons, the beer guy.
Duff man.
Duff man.
There's actually several of them.
Duff beer.
Not just the one.
Yes, Boner Gems. The 7 guys are all in great shape.
You got to be in great shape to be in rock. You have to.
Yeah, I mean those guys they do a lot of running, a lot of cardio.
R2.
Which brings up Vince Neil. Johnny, you have a photo of Vince Neil, don't you?
Rob Halford is pretty tall, Megatod. Rob Halford's, he's probably 6'3".
R2 just sent this in, man.
R2D2?
Oh boy.
Right now, my mother. Oh no.
That's
there's
that's Mancuda getting his workout in.
There's the gift of the year.
He's getting his cardio in.
My hearty meal, hearty cock in my throat.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no. My son's a gif. Again.
Now people are just sending in pictures of themselves. So
let's see that go viral.
James G. There's James G right there.
Oh, we're just getting pictures of people viewing. Yeah. That's fine. Let's
Actually,
do that for the rest of the show.
Channel members. Channel members. These are channel members.
Oh, so these people paid their dues.
James G.
Time after time.
Right.
Where is that? Is that Universal City?
Listen, even if you didn't send money to anyone, you're paying your dues just watching the show. So you're paying your dues. It's kind of like a torture to have to watch the show.
There's Mike Neese and his son right
there. You know, my favorite part of the show is the end. Tall rocker chicks. I mean, the girls in Vixen are not small. Lorraine Lewis is pretty tall for a woman. I mean, obviously,
I think Janet of Vixen was
she was pretty tall. Yeah, Cher's not small. Cher Peterson's not small. She's not. I mean, it's difficult. I don't know what a tall woman is. I mean,
5'11" is like a tall girl.
Yeah, I mean, Lita's not small.
Lita
She's
is
not-
kind of small. Lita's kind of
No,
small.
she's not small. She's normal. Like Joan Jett is small.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean she's normal, but she's not over tall.
No, she's not
or
tall.
tall for she's not tall for a girl, I guess is the way I'm looking to.
Yeah, I mean
that.
that's difficult to. Yeah, I don't have a real frame of reference for what would be a tall female musician.
Tall girl is like model size, and models are like 5'10" to 6'1".
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah. I remember I dated a model who was 6'1". I've actually dated a few models that were 6'1", and they were all like, when they wore heels, like my height, or just about. And I was like, wow.
Last girl I dated,
it's kind of weird, Plus they have those Adam's apples. I don't understand how they get them.
real deep voice and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
My
mother was always like, "Oh, she's nice and tall for you."
I did have a girl tell me when I was a kid, this was back when the Neanderthal thing happened. Her name was Kiyomi. She was Japanese and told me that.
Kill me?
Yes. Kiyomi told me I was too tall to date her. And that was her way of saying, "You're not Asian and my father would not accept you."
Wow. Nice.
That was a true story. I was like,
Nice.
wow, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, that sucks.
The girls in Drain STH were pretty tall. And that was a great band that most people don't know about. And it's only Drain STH because there was a Drain here in the United States, but Drain Stockholm because they were Swedish. And they were great. I mean, fuck.
Dwayne.
Drain STH was a great fucking band.
I can't.
Look at Mancuta's pelt. Look at the thing on top of your head, that merkin.
That is, yeah, the merkin. I have the most pubic. That's me and Erica. That's me and Erica. And yeah, I have the frizziest, most pubic Jew fro you've ever seen.
Yeah, Craig, you're right. The Nashville pussy chicks are pretty tall.
There is.
It's rare to find a tall musician. It's not a common thing. Obviously, Paul Gilbert, Johnny.
You have one job. There it is.
There you go. Paul Gilbert is one of the tallest musicians I've ever met. Him, Peter Steele, those guys are tall.
Yeah, he's really tall.
Very tall.
Extremely tall.
Don't get it.
You made it weird.
Wait, the other guy's extremely short. Maybe that's
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Nuno can still shop in the kids section. He is one of the.
He was shorter than I am, or the same.
Yes, he is a small man. His guitars are small so that they look right on him. He is a small man. But, one of my favorite guitar players ever. Top 3.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That says a lot.
As a player, yeah, he's top 3. He has all of the things that I love in a player. He's got technical ability. He writes fucking fantastic songs, and he's got a right hand rhythm. His rhythm playing is second.
I've got a right hand rhythm.
His rhythm playing is second only to maybe Eddie Van Halen. If he might even be better than Eddie Van Halen as a rhythm player.
Oh my God. No.
Sorry, Johnny.
I can't hear that.
It's true. He's more disciplined and more precise.
No.
Granted, now that said, Nuno doesn't.
Johnny used to have nightmares about that, Paul. No, nobody's better than Eddie. No. Oh God. He's got to call up Caleb in the middle of the night. Hey, Caleb, are you awake, man? I'm so sorry to wake you, but just confirm for me Eddie was the best, right? Huh? What? Johnny, is that you? I'm sleeping. It's 3:30 in the morning.
Caleb's tall.
Caleb's tall. Yeah,
Caleb's
like, what,
very
6'4",
tall.
6'5"?
Caleb is my height.
Yeah.
Caleb is my height. And a good-looking guy, that Caleb Rappaport. Good-looking guy.
My three favorite
right
guitar
now, my
players,
mom's like, oh.
People are asking Vi, Nuno, Les Paul.
Vi is tall.
Yes,
Steve Vai is tall. Yes.
Yeah, Vi's like 6'4".
Yeah. Yeah. Steve is my height.
And just
Les
had
Paul
to
I never
reschedule.
met.
He just had to reschedule his tour. Vi did. He's having another surgery.
Yeah, he's having another surgery. So let's see. Tour delays on surgery until the fall. So his tours get rescheduled for the fall. He'll be
I'm
okay.
wondering if it's I wonder if it's the trigger finger again, or if he's got arthritis or nerve damage.
Or he had a shoulder surgery recently. I mean, here's the thing. When you play like Steve Vai, and the guy's swinging guitars around his neck constantly. He's playing upside down. He's playing with his tongue. He's playing with his penis. His fingers, I think he has like 20 fingers or something. I've never seen them slow down enough to count them. I mean, you're going to get injured. And he twists and contorts, and he's got the guitar up his ass, and he's fingering like this. And if you're Steve Vai, you're going to have injuries. That's how you play like that.
It's my understanding that all guitar players end up with some sort of an arthritic condition as they age. I mean, let's face it, you're beating up these joints at a the repetition of any joint is going to wear out the cartilage and everything that goes on with that. I mean, we look at guys like, oh, good. Lemmy's just going to poop right here.
Oh, good. Paul, get under there.
At least I know she's pooping. No. He's not going to, Keith, he's not going to be here. They've rescheduled the tour. But my point being, guys like Steve Morse, I don't know if you've seen any of the last couple of Deep Purple videos. Steve Morse, like, he's got arthritic wrist wraps and stuff like that around his hands. Eric Clapton can barely play anymore. A lot of those guys, they have real problems. They have to take injections and stuff like that to keep those joints. They just wear out. So you think of a guy like Steve Vai playing the way Steve Vai plays, it's insane.
And that's the thing. Most guitar players get injuries. Steve's going to get injuries 10 times more than your average guitar player because he plays like an alien. I mean, Yeah, and Megatod 707 is right. Have you ever seen Steve Vai's fingers?
Yes.
Thank God that man's a guitarist and not a proctologist because he's like fucking E.T. Just the fingers just go on for like into the sunset.
Oh no, Steve Vai has the biggest hands I've ever seen on a human being, or Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman has massive hands. If you watch football, you'll see Troy Aikman's hands are fucking
wraps
huge.
Around a whole football with one hand.
Yeah, they're huge. But Steve Vai has like these fingers. It's like Wolverine. And he is as good as there has ever been to pick up a guitar. My favorite guitar players are guys that have that rhythm, and I tend to like legato players very much. And guys like Les Paul were just phenomenal. I like Les Paul the player as much as I like Les Paul the guitar. And his stuff is obviously old in 30s, 40s, 50s, that kind of stuff.
Classic.
You say that, Craig, Jeff Beck and Billy Gibbons, they've got injuries, they've got problems. You don't think Billy Gibbons' hands hurt? You don't think Jeff Beck has had problems with his hands? They do. All guitar players have problems. It's like anything else. That joint hurts.
My pack.
Yeah, all of those guys have issues with regard to, arthritis in their hands. It's just like anything else. If baseball players, basketball players end up with knee problems. It's rare that you see somebody like Les Paul playing into his 90s. Think about a lot of those guitar players. I mean, they're just not playing now.
Can't Try 55 brings up Steve Vai, OBGYN. Yes. Yes, the baby feels healthy. I feel his nose is developed. It's a boy. Yep, it's a boy. I mean, no sonogram necessary. The man just goes in.
I think the greatest legato player I've ever seen, Leo Safko, is Stanley Jordan. Because Stanley, that's his style. His style is completely tap based. And
Stanley, Excelsior.
Stanley Jordan, like he barely strums. Most of his, it's like he's playing a piano.
Yeah.
So when he does 8-finger legato that is just beautifully fluid, and it doesn't sound like he's playing guitar. He makes the guitar sound like a percussion instrument. It's really phenomenal to watch. But again, not 80s metal, jazz guitar player. Most people don't know his name.
Speaking of jizz guitar player, Hellstorm brings up how bad Peter North's wrist is from all the money shots. That's a great point.
Hi, Lemmy. Did you bring me that ball? Good girl.
Hi, Lemmy.
Hi, Lemmy. Did you bring me that ball? Good girl, Lemmy. You know, anytime she brings me a toy, that's a good sign. That means she's feeling mobile. And I like when Lemmy feels mobile. Good girl. Come here.
That's cool.
Come here, good girl.
Man, we're getting a lot of pictures here.
Of course you are.
Leo,
good girl.
Leo Safko.
Good girl.
With Geezer Butler.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
See, Leo's pretty tall because Geezer's not a small dude. Geezer's not very small. Geezer's normal size. Leo, how tall are you?
Steve Barton's tall.
Steve Barton brings up violin, and violinists are notorious for having rotator cuff injuries. That makes sense.
Sure. You hold your shoulder
that
up like
arm
that
work.
for long. Yeah. How tall are you, Leo? Because Geezer's a normal size human being.
I
Leo,
think
you're
Leo's about my height.
Probably
I
six.
think.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you're gonna be a 6'3" plus.
I think
6'1"?
Leo, aren't you about my height? Leo's
6'1". You were
6'1".
tall
He's a little
6'1"
shorter
because
than
I'm
me.
6'1".
And then
I
here's
have a picture with Geezer.
Here's Leo with Adrian Smith of Iron Maiden.
Sure.
There you go.
He's like way taller.
Yeah. Leo looks taller than 6'1". That's interesting. Again, that's because his body is normally proportioned. He's not a particularly wide gentleman. He's in good shape, but he's not a wide guy.
Yeah, Leo,
He's
send
normal
us
size.
some shirt off pics.
Some nudes.
For Paul
Yeah,
to
can you
see.
do you have nudes? Do you
Yeah,
have nudes
do you
so
have
I
any
can
dick
get Sharon
pics,
Wilder
Leo?
off my ass, maybe?
I'll PayPal you some money, Leo.
Send them to that address down there.
Send them to Mama Kuda at.
Wow.
Here's is that Trev?
At bangmybeaver.com.
Ouch.
Here's Trev with the Pretty Reckless, but they're all sitting down. But
Oh, Taylor Momsen's cute.
there they are.
Ooh, look at him. Just look at him.
Randy Price. Oh, Randy, that's a really cool shot, man. There's Randy Price with the Tremonti.
Gizmachi?
Doesn't work without the whore leg tattoo.
Well,
If only
with
Johnny could get
Wolfgang.
him into focus. There we
with
go.
Wolfgang there on the end. Yeah, it's
There you go.
sort of
Very
very cool, man.
There we go. By the way, 125 watching in the chat. Notice my PayPal at the bottom there. It's the Mancuda I'm Brokeathon. And right there is the John Mancuda at AOL.com PayPal address. And of course, take a second, leave a thumbs up for Blue Rhino in the chat right now. There you go.
Feeling a little blue.
Yes, he's looking a little blue. Donate money to my daddy. There you go. There's his PayPal right there on AOL.
Get him off AOL.
Even Blue Rhino's on a more modern email than I am.
Man, AOL.
Yeah, a couple of people in the chat are on AOL right now.
Wow.
Who actually has AOL addresses still in the chat? Sherman Callahan.
Yeah. Sherman Callahan, I get not a penny of that $10. There's my PayPal below. I appreciate the incentive, but there's my PayPal below.
I had to give up my AOL when I got rid of the service. They don't let you keep. Once you get rid of it, they don't let you keep the handle.
That's not true.
No, I don't pay
Really?
anything. I don't pay anything. What do you think? I'm going to pay for fucking email these days? What are you nuts?
Still have yours? Oh.
Yeah. I don't pay anything, though. They give you free email. Paul, do you pay anything for your account?
No.
No, they don't charge you for your account.
Well, this was 20 years ago. Maybe it's
Well, I
different.
had it 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's when everyone had it 20 years ago. It was the only
Oh,
game in
yeah.
town. I just got lazy and I just kept that account. And that's where my PayPal is. johnmancuda@aol.com. If you're enjoying anything about the show or you hate the show, still johnmancuda@aol.com
I do hate
is
the show.
PayPal. There you go. Then you should donate to my PayPal at the bottom of the scroll screen right there.
Yep, not a fan of the show.
No. Yeah. Well, then
No.
that's a good reason to send money to johnmancuda@aol.com right there.
He ain't lying.
Thank you, Thank you, PayPal. Speaking of gifts from the audience, I got this the other day from Brendan Buttcheeks. So I have a little unbagging here. I wonder what it could be.
You're gonna hear. Lemmy start to sing. She wants attention. Yeah, she's gonna start singing.
How many people in the audience, by the way, still have an AOL address? I'm just curious. Even if it's not your only email address, how many people still have an AOL email address? Just chime into the chat real quick. I'm just curious.
That doesn't include instant messenger, does it? Or does it?
I don't know. I message on Facebook. That's where I message everybody.
Yeah.
Or on Instagram. I'm on Facebook and Instagram as Jonathan Mancuda. By the way, Magic Man, I'm sad I'm missing the show, but I'm getting my drink on at the bar. No girls here though. Hey, there's no girls here either. Look,
That's a good point. Yeah.
the only vagina in the house is Mama Cuda, and I've been in there once. It's no picnic.
He ain't lying.
Well, Neanderthal's been in there more than once, and he was fine with it. I'm just saying. Let's see. Let's open this up. Let's see what Brendan Buttcheeks generously sent me. Let's see what we got. Oh. It's a note. No. Very nice note from Brendan. I'll keep it personal because it is personal to me. But thank you, Brendan Buttcheeks. Let's see what we got. Now this is very cool. Okay, so this is very cool. So it's a Brendan Buttcheeks. Let me get the light on in this properly. It's a Brendan Buttcheeks crotch with a little sticker on it. B squared guitars because he makes cigar box guitars.
Mm-hmm.
And then you turn it around. And it's a little butt, and it's a cup for guitar picks.
Which is just,
That's pretty cool.
he's a good dude, man. Brendan's a good
He's
dude.
a great dude. Look at that.
Yeah.
B
Brendan's
squared.
awesome.
Yeah, he's a good
Brendan
dude.
is
I
awesome.
like Brendan a lot.
And what else is in here? So you guys could see. This is cool. You have guitar picks of different designs. One is the B squared guitar logo. I got a couple of those. Wait. Let's see if we could. God damn it. I hate the lighting here. Can you see that? There you go.
Do you have like one lamp in front of you?
B squared. I had like 4 different lamps at different angles. This sucks. This is Mama Cuda's house, so it's like I can't. I don't have a normal light setup here. And then this is my favorite one because it's got the B squared guitar logo on there, but then on the back, it's got the little Brendan Buttcheeks. So we put Brendan's little butt cheeks in this butt guitar holder. I've just shoved it up his butt. Now let's see. So there you go. Check it out. If you guys want a really cool cigar box guitar, check out B Squared.
Good dude.
B Squared Guitars.
And they're fun.
BSQUARED. They're fun. They're a lot of fun, and they're not very expensive. And he makes really cool ones. He made a couple of Van Halen models. Really, really cool stuff. So check it out. Go online and look up B Squared Guitars. That's our buddy Brendan Buttcheeks. Get yourself.
I love that he's Brendan Buttcheeks.
Cigar. Yeah, because that's fun. It's fun when you can have fun with yourself. KXM Rock.
That's all you do is have fun with yourself.
Paul, that's the only person that'll have fun with me. No girls like me.
I get it.
KXM Rock asks, will there be a nose holder? That's Paulie's signature model.
Yeah, Brendan should be making nose holders for me. See, now you know why when we talk about the size thing. Now you know why a guitar fits in my nose.
There you go. A frisbee fits in his nose.
No.
And Randy Price is asking, Mancuda feel you would like it more if it had some pubes. You seem like a pube type of guy. I actually, ironically, just had this conversation with my buddy's girlfriend the other day. I hate pubic hair. I don't have any. I don't like girls with it. Shave your fucking winter muff.
I didn't need to know that.
I'm just saying.
I mean, John, look, I would
look, I'm just gonna show you.
I would consider you a fairly
that's it. I'm just gonna show you.
I consider you a fairly good friend.
There you go. Did that get on the air? Did you all see? Okay. Baby smooth, and baby sized. I'll have you notice. But
that's why you shave. That's why you shave your pubes, to make it look bigger.
It does make it look bigger, because when the hairs look bigger than the meat,
that's why all the porn guys do it.
Yeah. Now Lenny Lou and Mary are different. Now Lenny Lou has a little winter bush. Mary, at 86 years young, Mary has a thatch. I feel like Indiana Jones carving my way through to get to that clit with a machete.
Here's the thing. There's a certain level. I think when you get to a certain age, and I'm at that age, I think that the hardwood floor, for lack of a better term, is a little pedophilic. I feel like there should be something there, whether it's the Hitler.
It's Brazilian. Hitler. You think as a Jew, you think I want to go down in some girl's underwear and fucking find Hitler? Hi, Ellie.
Yes.
Listen,
I kind of do.
No, I don't. I don't want to see Hitler. You think I'm getting a boner over a fucking Hitler vagina? I'm a Jew.
Well, the idea that any Jew would want to go down south in and of itself is a funny thing.
Oh, we love it. We love it. Listen, it's like pastrami for us. You kidding?
We're going if it's well maintained, it's not.
Yeah, listen. One thing we don't want to find, we do not want to see Hitler in some girl's panties.
I always think to myself, if a girl is going to do that much maintenance to leave you a 1x1,
yeah, exactly. No, because then I'm looking down and I'm like, Sieg Heil, Mancuda. No, I don't want to think of that.
See, my problem is I've got the Flintstone beard, and I think you have it too a little bit. Which is the minute you're done with the razor and you rinse it off, it's a growth. You're all of a sudden, I have 60 grit face, and have since I was like 12. Again,
so Fred, there I was going down on Betty, and I saw Hitler.
Yeah, it's not
a Nazi. Yeah, that's as attractive as when I go down on someone. I pull down their panties.
Ich bin ein Klitoris
carved in there.
Ich bin ein Klitoris.
Nein to the Juden per China. Nein.
Wow, this really.
All day, all night. My friend owns a strip club near an airport called the Landing Strip. No shit. True story.
By the way, today I was years old when my on-air heterosexual life.
You almost said mine on-air.
My on-air partner Mark was bad-mouthing the movie Licorice Pizza. Now,
I wanted to see that. I wanted to see that.
Yeah,
I still want to see that.
Mark is Mark is 60. It may not be for you. It may not be for him. But my point is, I was today years old when I found out about the record store in LA called Licorice Pizza in Southern California, and that some people refer to LPs, vinyl records, as Licorice Pizza. And I had never heard that.
I had never heard that either until this moment.
Right. It's funny because somebody called me because there was a Licorice Pizza record store here in Phoenix as well back in the 70s, and I didn't grow up here, so obviously I wouldn't know this. But somebody called up. He goes, how much combined experience is there in the studio between me and Mark? And I was like, I don't know, 70, 80 years. And he goes, and you guys have never heard the term Licorice Pizza before? I'm like, no, we haven't, because it's not a thing. He's like, well, in Southern California. I'm like, yeah, great. There are record stores everywhere in the country that, but I had never heard that phrase before, Licorice Pizza, being referred to as an LP. LP stands for
same
long
here,
play,
and I have a
playing
fucking
record.
place in Hollywood. I never heard of it.
Exactly. But it was just that was a weird thing that I learned today.
We call them fucking records. They're fucking records.
Yeah. Well, I know. I mean, I've heard LP. LP is long playing.
Absolutely.
Long
Absolutely.
playing. But, you have EP, which is an extended play because it only has 5 or 6 songs on it. And an LP has 8 or more songs on it.
So hold on. In the chat, have you guys heard of it called Licorice Pizza? Keith
Campbell says
he
he's heard of
has.
it.
Growing up in New York, where I grew up, I didn't hear of it as Licorice Pizza.
I googled Licorice Pizza as a record, and it doesn't come up. It comes up as the record store, but Licorice Pizza is not a common term for a record.
No, hell no. So Keith
it
Campbell
doesn't make
one.
sense. It doesn't make sense. Licorice
Vistalite
Pizza.
said
By the way,
in LA, I thought it was a
sucks.
pizza place. Vistalite says I thought it was a pizza place when I heard about it. And here comes in the rest of the chat. KXM Rock, no. Hellstorm, no. Yosinator, no. Never. MGod1313, no. Alice Martinez says yes. She's in
Southern
SoCal.
California. There was a record store.
CC, no. No, I mean the majority of the chat's saying no.
Yeah, it's a record store that is a regional thing. I mean, obviously up in New England, we had a place called Strawberries, which was a record store. Another place called Nuggets. I mean, every place had, but Licorice Pizza doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Dingleberries. That's Johnny's
just like
place.
Nuggets.
That's
like
Johnny's
Nuggets.
place where he just hangs around. What a bunch of assholes.
You did there.
On Tuesdays at 8:00 Eastern.
Yeah,
usually.
Yeah.
You're welcome. By the way, why don't you look at your income tracking for the week and see how many shows pay as well as Tuesday nights?
That's true. We do make more money than any other night.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And we do see less of that more money that we make.
Absolutely. From the generosity of our audience,
now,
who's going to go to PayPal at johnmancuda@aol.com.
How many
scrolling right on the bottom
years have you done this show, Mancuda?
What, Johnny? 3 years, 4 years? Something like that.
I think 3.
Like three something probably.
And I've been here almost 2.
Mm-hmm.
And how many times has Johnny said, thank you, John, for being the source of income that helps make this machine work?
Let me count. I need a calculator. Hold on. It's a large amount.
There are a lot of zeros. In fact, there's one big one.
It's got a lot of zeros. Definitely has a lot of zeros.
It's got a lot of zero. And by lot, I mean one big fucking zero.
It's like a toilet seat, but
like look outside. Have you seen the moon the past couple of days? It's bright. You can almost read by it. You know what it read? You know what I read? I read the little letter that says, fuck you guys. The money is mine. I quote.
At the end of every show, Johnny puts on one of those little visors and has one of those old school. Yeah, and an abacus. He's got the abacus there, and
I'm let's see if I can find something I can crinkle up. It's like, it's. I'll get a can. I quote Sid Caesar at the end of Vegas Vacation. The money is mine. I won the money. The money is mine. The money is mine. The money. That's my favorite scene in the whole.
That's what he
movie.
was. It. He has a heart attack
At the end, yeah, where he hits the lottery. He hits Keno for the first time. He's been sitting there forever. I won the money. I won the money. The money is mine. It's so good.
Nice.
And he fucking keels over, and the Griswold steal his receipt. The money is mine. I won the money. So good.
Yeah, so go to PayPal, John Mancuda, there's no John, at AOL.com. It's scrolling right there on the bottom. So I could see a little gelt this week. There you go. Just enough to buy a licorice pizza. Just enough, or at least a ticket to see the movie.
I don't need your money. I'm independently wealthy.
Yeah, I need your money.
I do need
we all need the fucking money. We all need the money.
Thank you, Stephen Franklin, for the update on the Bruins game. Now I don't have to go watch it. Thank you.
That was a great movie. Thank you, James G.
Yeah, it was. The money. I won the money. I won the money. The money is mine.
I've seen that one.
It's so good. That scene.
Hold on, Paulie. I want to have this bronzed. Johnny has seen a movie that we're talking about on the show.
I've seen that.
It's just
because usually Johnny's like, what is it? Close Encounters of the Who? What? All right, no. Godmother? What? No, I've never seen that. No.
I think
What Wars?
The great thing about that movie, about that scene in the movie, is that it pays homage to one of the guys that is the pioneers in comedy. I mean, Sid Caesar and Carl Reiner. I mean, those are two of the greatest writers in the history of comedy, of American comedy. And for Sid Caesar to do that and to do sort of the characterization, because he used to do that kind of a character and those facial expressions and stuff back when the golden age of television first started. So it was just a nice little tip of the cap to one of the pioneers. And those guys were legitimately funny. I mean, go back and watch some of those guys.
Old school guys.
I will tell you, if you're a fan of comedians in cars getting coffee, all right, the Jerry Seinfeld series thing that he did a while back. There's one who are these people? Who owns all these cars? Where he does dinner with Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks, and it's
beautiful,
magic,
beautiful moment.
It really is. It's one of those things where you sit back and you go, "Fuck." Jerry Seinfeld, who is considered arguably the greatest comic of our generation, is sitting in a room with two guys that are greater than he'll ever have imagined to be. Yeah, those guys are so fucking good. It's just great. It's a great piece of video if you haven't seen it.
They're like the godfathers of comedy. Period.
So good.
It's like Lucille Ball is the godmother of comedy. You'll never top Lucille Ball. As brilliant as there are so many female comedians these days, and there's tons of them. Lucille Ball was the genius of geniuses, and I put her, by the way, right up there with Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks, and I mean these are the fucking Mount Rushmore of comedians. Lucille Ball's on there too.
With all due respect, Craig, Dave Chappelle is not even close to as brilliant as Jerry Seinfeld. Not even. No,
close. And he's great, but Seinfeld,
he's great, but Seinfeld is Mount Rushmore great. Seinfeld is the kind of guy that you can mention in the same breath as Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner. He's not quite there, but he's in that second tier. Chappelle is fantastic, but Chappelle, to me, isn't even Eddie Murphy good. Chappelle's good, but he's not even Eddie Murphy good. And Eddie Murphy wasn't.
Eddie's got such a body of work. I mean, he did SNL, then he did the Beverly Hills Cop and the Nutty Professor, and Coming to America, and Stand Up, great, Raw, and Delirious.
Chappelle is great. He did. He took the baton. I mean, there's that Moms Mabley, Red Fox group of people that passed it down to Richard Pryor. And Bill Cosby and that group of people, and then
no, not Bill Cosby, because Bill Cosby took pills and he passed those down the bar into girls' glasses, just one there and one for you.
He's and the brilliance of guys like that.
And George Carlin, someone mentioned well, a lot of people mentioned in the chat, Carlin at Carnegie was very influential in forming my feeble little perverted mind. Absolutely, George Carlin.
Carlin was a radio guy.
Well, he was a stand-up comedy and a radio guy, and the records.
And that was the thing that I loved about him.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do a lot of TV and movies and stuff, but I mean, stand-up wise, absolutely. Carlin at Carnegie. If you haven't seen George Carlin at Carnegie Hall, you have missed basically every episode of the show piled into one 2-hour special.
The thing about Carlin, I loved George Carlin. I was very disappointed the one time I got to interview George Carlin, because when George is not on the clock, he's not working. In other words, unless you're paying him, he's not going to be funny. Very yes or no, very matter of fact, very uninteresting interview. And it was very disappointing. I happen to be pretty good friends with a comedian named Craig Gass, and Carlin was his mentor. And when I told Craig that story, he said, you had to have gotten him on a bad day, because George was a great guy. And I have no doubt about that. But I will tell you, the last couple of times I saw Carlin, it ceased to be, it wasn't as funny. It just seemed to be a little bit more bitchy. He seemed to be just an old man yelling, and it seemed more bitter than funny. I think that's he's one of those guys that might have stayed at the party too long. That said,
when they see me at the door, I've stayed at the party too long.
So let's
let him in. That's Mancuda. Don't let him in.
So let's stop and while we're on this subject, and recognize the brilliance of one Mr. Bob Saget, who is painfully funny. We went back and watched some of his old video stuff, the clips that are on YouTube, when he passed. And when he was beginning, when he first started out, he was very frenetic and very quick and very subtle, and there was some, it was dirty. It wasn't quite, he hadn't quite developed the filth. But if you want to hear the definitive version of the Aristocrats joke, it's Bob Saget's.
And you know what's really funny? A lot of people don't associate Bob Saget with dirty humor,
because they didn't see him.
Mm-hmm. That's it. They think of, it's Full House, the sweet dad, right? And it's the guy from all those game shows. And that's Bob Saget on regular television. When you see his stand-up act, you think I talk filthy. See Bob Saget. See Bob Saget. He even makes Blue Rhino blush.
I was fortunate. I wouldn't say Bob and I were show business friends. There's certain people you cross paths with regularly. I met Bob twice. Once when he came in for a morning show that I was a program director for, so I had to sort of oversee the show with the dump button just in case. And another time was personal. We were at a convention thing in New York City, and there were a bunch of musicians and Hollywood people and radio programmers, and it was a showcase situation. And Bob, I when I went up to the hotel room after that night of hanging out with Bob Saget, my ribs hurt. I was physically ill and in pain from the amount of laughter. And he wasn't working. He wasn't doing stand-up. It was just hanging out with Bob Saget. And he was that fucking funny and just naturally, just a sweet, genuine human being. A lot of people don't know how much philanthropic endeavors he undertook for scleroderma, which took his sister back in the 90s. It's something that affected his family. He was just a superhuman, nice guy. And oh, by the way, devastatingly funny.
Yeah,
devastatingly funny.
I've heard that too in stand-up comedy circles that, I never had the pleasure of meeting him or working with him, but people I did stand-up with did. And they told me the same thing you did, that just naturally the guy had them like in pain belly laugh.
And he wasn't trying. It wasn't like it's not like he was one of those guys like, when you're around guitar players and a guitar at NAMM, every guitar player has to pick up their guitar and fucking masturbate a little bit to show you, by the way, I can play guitar.
That's how we discovered Josh Jones, though. So for real.
I understand that. But my point being, comedians, when they get in a room, the insecurity level is so high that everybody has to sort of top each other in a way. Mm-hmm. It's an unconscious thing, but they just do it. Same thing with singers. Singers will get in a room and they'll sing something, and then somebody will try to join them and try to. Next thing you know, it's all fucking masturbation. Bob wasn't like that. Bob was so comfortable in the room. He knew he didn't have to be funny. He just was. He was just funny and great, and just a great human being. And as we sit and talk about comedians, let's go the other side of that. The funniest clean comic on the planet is Brian Regan.
Did he die?
No. Brian
Then we're not
Regan,
going to talk about him.
Brian Regan is another guy that will make you hurt without ever saying anything offensive.
Why? He'll give you a cold sore?
Well, he might give you a cold sore because
of that GIF that's now circulating in the internet at 23,000 views so far for that GIF.
Andrew Dice Clay was a flash in the pan.
Yeah, no, he was a one-trick pony, man. I mean, he was a moment. Guy.
He was a moment in time.
Thank you, false flag. Thank you, Johnny.
He was a moment in time.
False flag. Thank you.
Andrew Dice Clay was indicative of all the crass excesses of the 80s. You know, his movie Ford Fairlane is a piece of shit. He did that.
I never saw it.
They did the one stand-up.
Johnny, I don't blame you on that one.
It's garbage.
You didn't miss anything, man. You didn't miss anything.
Yeah, Andrew Dice Clay was it was an attempt. It was a good character.
Dice hit the ground running. I mean, he came out like a hurricane, and then he dripped like after you shoot cum, just a little drizzle afterwards. That's it. It was a quick shot, and that was it. 15 minutes
Dice
of fame.
Clay was the Dane Cook of the 80s. He had a 15-minute window that was fantastic. It was a quick burn. Once you saw it once, you'd seen it, and it wasn't because he wasn't a great writer.
He didn't have more material.
Sam Kinison was a great writer. Sam Kinison could make ridiculous shit funny and was able to reinvent himself a couple times and still be funny. Dice was a one-trick pony. It was a good trick, but once you'd seen it, it's like the great comics can get you to come back and see him again.
With new material, new bits.
Dice just didn't have it. It was And Dane Cook was the same thing. He had a moment.
I was there for that moment. I was there. I talked about this at SNL when he had that breakout introduction to the world, and he had 5 minutes of an introduction on his hosting of SNL, and he basically just kept going until like 13 minutes, and they were cutting sketches because he wouldn't stop. And they weren't cutting him off because he was killing it. So that made his career right then and there that night. I was literally there for that.
Yeah, and then he was, one of the first guys to use social media. I mean, Dane Cook is the king of MySpace. He was the guy. Yeah,
listen, him and Tom.
Yep. But no, I mean, Dane Cook was the guy. If it weren't for MySpace, Dane Cook would never have happened. He was smart. He was the first guy to use social media as a marketing tool to become ridiculously famous. Credit to him for that. And his first stand-up special was pretty good. But again, like they say with musicians, you have your whole life to make your first record and 10 months to make the second one.
Here's the other thing about Dane Cook. Dane was also a good-looking guy. He was a really, he was a handsome guy. He was cute, and literally at SNL, I remember walking downstairs, like, if you didn't have a ticket, you weren't getting into the studio. They have security out the wazoo at 30 Rock. And, we're there all day, like from early in the morning into after the second show, right? That you see live. And I remember going downstairs and there were 3 smoking hot girls in sexy outfits, like waiting. And they go to me. They're like, excuse me, are you on the show? I'm like, yes, I am. And they're like, have you seen Dane? I'm like, oh, you're here for Dane? Oh my God, we really want to meet Dane. And I'm thinking, this is like a groupie situation. And they were just like, they couldn't get in anything. And it's like, I don't have the authority to take them in. I'll get my ass fucking thrown off the show myself. And I just remember going up to Dane and I'm like, hey, there's 3 really hot chicks down there in sexy outfits with their tits hanging out. And he looks at me and he's like, well, that doesn't suck, does it? I was like, no. He's like, can you show me after the show where they are? I said, yeah.
I still stay in touch with one of them. He was a theater nerd in Massachusetts. He went to Arlington High School, and was a theater nerd that just worked his ass off. I'll give all the credit in the world to Dane Cook for being for working harder than anybody else at the time. He earned his moment. He earned his spot, and he had a good, again, like Dice. He had a moment. It was quick. Hope he invested well.
Leo Safko, Dane was hosting SNL. He wasn't a regular cast member. Dane was hosting that night. And Christopher Live Sawa, Bill Burr, he brings a Bill Burr. That's one of my favorites today is Bill Burr. I love F is for Family, and I love Bill Burr's podcast, and he's brilliant. He's just brilliant.
Billy is another Boston kid. I've seen Billy a bunch of times. I grew up around Billy, so I paid Billy one of the best compliments I could pay him, and his response was hilarious. He was in with our morning show years ago, and I was, everybody in the room was laughing as we go to commercial, and I walked in, I go, see, this is the thing about Billy. Where I'm from, Billy's not really funny. And Billy goes, hey, go fuck yourself, huh? Why don't you go fuck yourself? Why don't you fuck you? Like he was just he was being Billy. I'm like, you know what I mean? Because we're both from Boston. And he's like, yeah, kid, I know. Yeah, everyone in our neighborhood's like that. We're all fucking retarded that way. I understand. One of the funniest things you'll ever hear Billy Burr do, if you can find it, look up Bill Burr calls a basketball game. It's on YouTube. And it's super racist, but not racist. It's like, he's like, yeah, I don't understand. The Celtics could go out there and just have 5 white guys. All right, we could play basketball. Here's the Celtics. He throws it to a white guy, throws it to another white guy. Oh, it's stolen by a black guy. Here he comes. He jams it. White guy's not going to stop him. He's too fucking slow. And it's hilarious to listen to. It's not a bit. It's just him riffing on what he's watching. Super funny.
That's great. He's genius. And Leo Safko asked, no, I meant Shane Gillis on SNL. I didn't know who Shane Gillis is. Not during my tenure there, my time at SNL.
You're right, Leo. Familiar. Billy Burr was pretty good on The Mandalorian. It was a bit.
Oh yeah, he was.
It was a bit part, and it was him not being Billy Burr,
and he chewed up scenery. He was brilliant.
Yeah, I will tell you, as long as we're into that nerd talk, I am more than disappointed in the Book of Boba Fett.
All right, no spoilers. I haven't seen it yet.
I would just tell you this. All right, I'm not. Let's
put it this way. I did see. We could talk about one aspect of it. I did see all over the fucking internet the 4 people that look like Power Rangers on scooters.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm already a little disheartened. I'm gonna try to stick with it when I get to it, but
I'm not gonna give away anything. But I will tell you this: I have found, and I think you would agree with me. Let's just use the Batman franchise as an example. A wide array of very recognizable guest stars is indicative of a weak plot line or a weak storyline.
100% agree.
And
100%
I will tell you, I have already seen in at least one episode very recognizable guest stars whom they've made no effort to hide the fact that these are the guest stars. In other words, they didn't put any makeup on them. They made it very clear that this is a guest star doing a role. This is a guest star doing a role, and they distracted from the storyline. And I'll just leave it at that. I don't think it's very good. I will say I was pleasantly surprised by The Mandalorian. I am significantly disappointed in the Book of Boba Fett. And I think you will be too, John.
Did you watch all 3?
Have I seen all 3 of them?
There's 3. There's 3, right? I only saw the first 2.
Yeah, I've seen all 3.
I thought it was cool.
I think he's a little.
I heard the third one, the most recent one, is the one that everyone was really disappointed in.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to tell you that I believe it's a little too Disney. I think he's a little too magnanimous, and I am disappointed so far. I think that there's a certain level of, for example, again, I'm going to go back to the Batman thing. I was disappointed in the Tim Burton Batmans because as cool as they were, yes, because they were campy. I had already read The Dark Knight. So I was
Right.
looking
Frank
for
Miller's Dark Knight, sure.
I was looking for more of the Frank Miller, you know, I wasn't looking for the campy 60s Batman, and that's what Tim Burton did. It was an homage to that sort of, you know, mid-century modern 50s, you know, throwback. It was cool, but it wasn't what I wanted. I wanted the Frank Miller Dark Knight, and I wanted a little. I think the idea, and I think Moon Knight's going to suck too.
I'm gonna keep an open mind on Moon Knight because I love the character of Moon Knight. I'm hoping, and Marvel has been so far really on point. I'm gonna say that I think pretty much every Marvel property they have not fucked. So I'm gonna hope that that Moon Knight's good. Listen, first of all, I've said this a million times.
It's gonna be on Disney.
But hold on a second. All of it has been on Disney. All of it's been on Disney. Loki, I mean, all of them have been on Disney, and they've been fucking good. But here's the thing. Marvel, whoever's writing Moon Knight, I pray to God they realize that Moon Knight is Marvel's Batman. Right. And it's got to be dark and hardcore.
I hope so.
And gritty, because you know what? If you can't Marvelize Batman and make it cool, then you're a shitty script writer. For real. That should be the easiest character to get down as a cool character.
They showed a preview for it last night during the football game at halftime. It was like a 2-minute clip. 2-minute clip. Mm-hmm. And it was confusing as hell to anybody that doesn't know the character of Moon Knight. They didn't really set any stage. And then, of course, Ethan Hawke is in it.
Right.
And he plays one of the other gods that torments Moon Knight. And you don't get any resolution. It's like a 2-minute sort of disjointed clip. And the only time when I was excited about it is there's a scene near the end where Moon Knight has a guy on the ground and he's just punching the shit out of him. And
that's what we should be seeing.
Yes. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what it is. I hope it's more like that than Boba Fett is in the book of Boba Fett. I want it to be dark. I want it to be gritty. I want it to be like the Watchmen miniseries on HBO.
Oh yeah.
I want it to be like that. If it can be like that, I'll be happy.
They absolutely should. I mean, look, you know, the thing about Moon Knight, obviously there's a mythology that you have to get with it. It's an Egyptian mythology, you know, Khonshu is, you know, the god of the moon, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, they have to explain it right. But at the end of the day, this is Marvel's Batman, and Marvel has always been able to make the characters cooler than DC because they, you know, give them real problems, give them real situations, versus DC, which has always kept it a little safer for the most part, with the exception of, you know, Dark Knight and Crisis and Watchmen. You know, I mean, we're into some next level nerd shit on comic books right now, so just bear with us if you're not a comic book reader. But the fact is, Moon Knight, you make him beat the shit out of everybody badass. And this is what the problem with Boba Fett that I'm hearing is, Mandalorian did it right. It's basically spaghetti Western in space.
Yeah, it's
kung dark, fu in space. It's gritty, it's depressing at points.
Kung fu in space.
Yeah, that's basically what it should be. Now, Boba Fett has always been the badass of Star Wars. Even with the fucking action figures, you're trading action figures. No one's getting rid of fucking Boba Fett.
That's the problem.
He's the fucking bounty hunter. He's the guy who took down Han Solo, put him in fucking carbonite. That's Boba Fett.
No, Boba Fett so far to me is a little bit too empathetic.
And it can't be. It can't be.
Boba Fett has
to be as gritty as Mandalorian is. And if they're making that mistake, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's the mistake that again, I'm not going to give away any spoilers, but I think you'll feel the same thing I do. You know, for those people that don't know it, and Moon Knight, again, getting back into the mythology of it, there are people, like I pointed out on Facebook today, I was confused by the trailer to Moon Knight. I liked it better when it was Batman. And somebody said, well, Moon Knight has multiple personality disorder. I'm like, so did Batman. He had dissociative personality disorder. He's traumatic. He's got PTSD. He doesn't have voices in his head, but he's certainly struggling with his own mental stability.
Moon Knight has 3 character personality disorder.
Right.
He's a rich guy, he's a taxi driver, and he's a mercenary. Right. So, they've got to type that out. And again, there's the mythology that's gone back and forth in the comics that they have to straighten out in, the TV show to explain it.
But that's the point.
They like the character.
Will they do that?
I hope
or will they sanitize it to make it palatable for television? Johnny's out. Or make it palatable for television. And that's the problem. I think that if you're going to, I liked what they did with Watchmen, the original movie. I thought it was fairly close to the book.
It was close to the source material, with the ending changed to make it a little more, palatable to the general reader.
Moon Knight is a cross between the Punisher and Deadpool. In that, the vengeance thing, the supernatural, immortality, some of the things that kind of go with it. And I want it to be good. I'm afraid it won't.
I'm going to stick with it because I hope that it will be. I hope
and
that
that's what
and
I think that, and somebody asked earlier, Michael Keaton, by far the best Batman.
Bullshit.
No, I mean, of the first 3, Michael Keaton's the best.
You're talking of
the Schumacher Burton movies, yes. Of that first group. No, Christian Bale is a great Batman.
Christian Bale is he's my pick for the best.
No, I'm talking about the first trilogy or quad
the first 4.
First 4.
But okay, yeah, absolutely. Of the first 4, Michael Keaton.
First 4, Michael Keaton by far, because he was the more conflicted, and I felt the conflict. No, Christian Bale is fantastic. Christian Bale is to Batman what what's his face is to 007. Daniel Craig. Yeah, Daniel Craig is the best Bond. You can argue it, but you're wrong. We all want it to be Sean Connery, but Daniel Craig.
Roger Moore. It's Roger Moore.
George Lazenby.
It's Timothy Dalton. I like Dalton.
Daniel Craig is great because he has that, again, the same thing that Christian Bale has as Batman, and that I hope they do with Moon Knight, and that is there has to be a loose moral code. You have to like gritty, with Jack Reacher, you have to be willing to kill somebody. You have to be willing to do the dirty work. The Ray Donovans, the Tony Sopranos. If you're going to be an anti-hero, you have to be willing to break the moral code on occasion for the greater good. And I don't know that they're going to do that with Moon Knight. I hope they do.
And by the way, welcome Bobby Dukakis, spelled interestingly, to the mid-gain package. Welcome, Johnny is making a call right now to make another car payment.
I think we can, James Gunn, I think we can all agree that Val Kilmer sucked as Batman.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
Yeah, we can all agree that.
Look, Watchmen, the new Watchmen TV series, that was written by Damon Lindelof, who's both the writer of one of the writers of Lost, and a comic geek, a huge comic geek and comic book writer. So I mean, he's got
a great job
fingers in that pie, huh?
I was bummed that there was only one season of that. I thought that deserved another.
I think he just had a story to tell. That's the impression I got from conversations I've heard of him, is he just had a story to tell. It's not that they didn't want to renew another season. I think he just had one story in him, and that's what he wanted.
Loved that Dr. Manhattan was black. Loved it.
The whole casting was good. The whole
Regina King was awesome.
And by the way, welcome the great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmochi to the audience. Thank you.
Hey, man.
No, but look, all the Marvel stuff pretty much has been good. I haven't seen it, but I heard Eternals was a bit of a dog, but that's a movie. I'm talking the Disney TV shows. They've done pretty good in my book. I mean, is there anyone that hasn't liked the Disney shows, Paulie?
that hasn't liked which Disney?
The-
I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
the
not
Marvel
in terms-
shows, all the Marvel shows.
They've been okay. They've been okay.
I think they've been great.
I think
they've been
I
great.
think that
I haven't
again,
seen any of them.
the redefinition of comic books in our generation is a little grittier, a little darker, a little more realistic, a little more questioning. And I think that that's what they've been doing with remaking Spider-Man every 2 fucking years. I think that some of the reimaginings have been fantastic, some of them not so much. But I think they've all been well done. I just think that a lot like with Warner Brothers cartoons, if you're a purist, you're so committed and connected to the purity of the originals. Like, I will never watch new Warner Brothers and consider them anywhere near as good as the classic Chuck Jones, Fritz Freeling ones, because they're just not from my brain, they're never going to be as good. And
They're
so
never going
I
to
can
be as good,
appreciate-
but I'm gonna give an exception to Pinky and the Brain because I think those are brilliantly written.
Keith Campbell brings up a good one. Keanu Reeves as Batman would have been pretty cool, but now that he's, John Wick,
Neo
there's no
again.
point. What?
And Neo.
Yeah, I mean, now that he's John Wick, there's no reason for him to be Batman because it's the same character. John Wick is Batman.
And by the way, someone brought up in the chat, thank you, executive producer Wayno. Take a second, leave a thumbs up on the video. And you see where I'm pointing? Right down there is my PayPal address, johnmancuda@aol.com, where you can send money to my PayPal. Johnny, spotlight me for a second. just so
Mr.
they can
Mick.
see.
Uh-oh.
Thank you so much, man.
Blue Rhino, it's going to Blue Rhino. It's all going
Look
to
at
Blue
those
Rhino.
teeth.
So
What a smile.
pay
If
my
Jews
dental
could-
bill.
If
Pay my-
Jews could
pay
be
my
models,
dental bill.
you would be a model Jew.
Yeah, so please leave a thumbs up on the video, and of course, my PayPal. PayPal.
I think Keanu Reeves would have been an interesting Batman. At the time, I don't think he was as well respected. Keanu Reeves is one of those guys that, remember, at that period of time was still, Theodore S. Logan. He was.
And Cheech, we have a lot of 80s metal to talk about. We'll get to it. Trust me.
All
It's
right,
a
yeah,
long
let's
show.
fuck it.
It's a long show, man. Trust
Well,
me.
I'm
We have a lot
gonna
of
be
stuff-
gone in a half hour anyway, so let's go to
we
the
have a
80s
lot of
metal.
stuff to talk about.
Let's go to the 80s metal. Fuck it.
Yeah, in that
Now,
bus movie, he was still that guy.
Yeah, Bozique, nobody can take over the role of Wolverine now. Wolverine is forever going to be Hugh Jackman. He's perfect. He was perfect as Wolverine.
There you go.
I don't have 400 guitars, Jay. I'm trying to ascend to that.
That's a good
Thank
point.
you,
Oh, by
Dan.
the way, John, I didn't tell you, but for the guitar of the night, we're going to be burning my Gem 505 because Jay Hannon wants it.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do with all the money from the PayPal that Jay is slamming? I'm going to buy that fucking guitar and I'm going to jack on it. I'm going to make a splatter graphic on it with my jizz.
Hi, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie.
Yeah, the Steve Vai DNA guitars? Well, it's going to be the John Mancuda DNA guitar.
There's going to be a whole line of them and they're going to be that sort of splatterish, drippy finish.
Gross.
Yeah.
You know why I have so many guitars, Jay? Because I keep them. I don't send them back. Anyway,
Scene.
Scene. Listen, speaking of Hollywood, I thought you'd get a kick out of this. So I get a call the other day. As you know, I'm at Mama Kuda's in New York right now. And shout out to my buddy Carlos, who's house sitting for me. And this is also news to Carlos because I haven't called him.
Carlos needs to pay rent. He's been there over a month now.
Yeah. Well, what do you think all the money in my PayPal is going to?
Yeah.
No. Here's the story. So I get a phone call the other day from a director friend of mine I've worked with before. And he says, hey, I have a project and I think you'd be good in one of the roles. Can you fly out and do a screen test? So I'm like, yeah, great. And he tells me the script and it sounds really cool. It sounds like a really cool part. And I'm like, yeah, I really want that role. So yeah, I will, because I'm devoted like that. I will fly out just for the audition, cross country. That's how devoted I am to my craft. I will fly out for that audition. Some people send in tapes and fuck that. I will go in person for a screen test. So I'm flying out, and I get home, and I tell Mama Kuda about this. And of course, anyone's mother would be like, "That's wonderful. You're auditioning for a film, and the director himself called you. That's wonderful news, darling. Oh my God. Good luck with that." That's not the answer I got. I got, "When are you flying out?
When will you be back?
Wait a minute. I have a doctor's appointment like right around that time. I'll have to take a lift." Mama, it's a
Does
movie
she have a
role.
car?
I want. Yeah, there's fucking 2 cars here. Yeah,
Can she drive?
yeah, she drives. Yeah, she drives.
okay.
But she
What
doesn't
the-
like
what
to
the fuck
drive
is she
that
doing?
far. She doesn't drive
Right.
that far. There it is. There's the car. See,
Speed buggy.
That's an actual photo, by the way. That's not even a caricature. That's a photo superimposed in
That's
there.
the
My mom driving
woodpecker.
the car.
Oh, that woodpecker is back.
Yeah. Oh, he's right on my hood. Yeah. Any other mother would be thrilled. Thrilled.
Her son was getting a job.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you get to work. But that means I'll need a ride from someone else. What do you do with that? What do you do with that?
You say, Ma, take the fucking bus. Here's an MTA pass. What?
It's terrible. And this is funny. Remember the Nagel? That's how mom's getting to a doctor appointment right now. She's taking the biplane we have in the garage.
Yeah, I imagine she would.
Yeah, I'll just fly right over the traffic. The plane sounds like her.
I'm beating Ace's ass, by the way, while you're telling
False flag.
And thank you, false flag. I appreciate
the story. Look at
that.
those choppers. Look at those choppers. He's a good
There you go. The
boy.
money's rolling. Thank you, false flag. Yeah, so let's see. So remember that Nagel guitar I had on last week? Remember that
Yeah.
beautiful Nagel gun I brought
guitar.
on? Nagel. Patrick Nagel, BC Rich Gunslinger. That was last week's show and tell guitar. So I unwrap that. I show Mama Kuda, and she's like, "Don't you already have that one?" She literally said that, and then she's like, as I'm trying it out, she's like, "Why don't you play a song?" I'm like, I am playing a song. She's like, "Well, what song is that?" I said, "Poison, Talk Dirty to Me." "Well, I don't know that one."
What's funny
great.
is my mother would do the same thing. If I took out, 3 different or 4 different Les Pauls, each one's with a sunburst finish, she'd be like, "Why do you have 4 of them? You don't
Exactly.
you don't need 4 fucking guitars. You only need 1 guitar. They're all the same fucking color. Get rid of them. You only need 1 guitar." I'm like, Mom, one is a 1959 reissue. The other one is a 100th anniversary 1994 standard. This other one is a 2019 original 50 standard. You don't need 4 fucking guitars. You can only play 1. You can't even play 1. Never mind 4.
Yeah.
So get rid of the other fucking 3, you lazy piece of shit. All right.
She goes
And
to
for
me,
the
she's like,
purposes of this impression, my mother will be played by Billy Burr.
with a long wig on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she goes to me, "Well, I like the sound of electric guitar. Play some more." So I go upstairs, I plug it into the amp. Within 5 minutes, there's a knock on my bedroom door. She's like, "Could you stop that noise? Because I've got to make a phone call." I'm like, "You asked me to play. You wanted to hear this." "Yeah, but that was then." And it's so funny. We're eating breakfast this morning, and I did to her what she does to me normal when I'm sitting eating something. Mom has this habit of as I put something down, like if I have cereal with milk, I pour the milk, and then she's like, "Are you done with that milk? Because you can't leave it out. It's gonna spoil." And I'm like, "It's not gonna spoil. I just put it out." "Well, it's gonna spoil because it's meant to be refrigerated." Mama, I just took it out. "Yeah, but it's getting warmer out now. It's winter, Mom. It's not going to spoil." "Now, are you done with it? Are you done with it?" So this morning when Mom's eating breakfast, I did the same thing. Every 2 minutes, I went up to her. "Are you done with that, Mom?" "What? No, I'm eating this." "Well, are you done with it now? How about now?" 5 minutes later, are you done with that, Mom? Are you done? Because I want that now. You can't leave that out. I can leave it out, John. Stop making fun of me. No, Ma, you can't leave it out. Yeah. And then she goes,
Even Lemmy is sad by this story.
This is Mom's classic one. She basically goes, she's like, because I dropped something on the floor, like a piece of toast or something, and she's like, you gotta wash that with soap and water, because we'll get rats. Rats will happen if I read in a book.
What do they grow? They grow out of the dirt.
I read in a book that if there's a crumb on the floor, rats will smell it from 5 miles away, and they'll come, and we'll get rats. And ants. We'll get ants. If you don't wipe the counter, we'll get ants. So there's the counter. That's the actual counter in Mama Kuda's house.
Oh my gosh.
Did Mama
Now,
Kuda
I don't
move in
see
with
the
Chris
problem.
Holmes? She moved in with Chris Holmes, right?
I don't see the problem. Yeah, Chris Holmes's guitar is right in there. The yellow one. It's right in there.
That's the inside of Chris Holmes's Trans Am, which also doubles as Mama Kuda's kitchen.
Yeah, if you don't wipe that up with soap and water, we're gonna get rats.
Here's the thing. I'm ashamed to admit this. I've been in a house that looks like that in Dorchester, Massachusetts. I mean, we know people that are like that.
Dorchester Hotel? Is that what you said? The Dorchester Hotel?
It wasn't a hotel, but
in Dorchester, I see.
Yeah, in Dorchester. Dorchester's a shithole. It's where the Wahlbergs are from. It's a slum. You've been in houses like that too, John. In fucking Compton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. There are people who live like that. I know it looks like we look at that and we go, there's no fucking way. There is fucking way.
Yeah, there's like a meth whore in the corner in a fetal position.
I bet you any amount of money that the Megadeth apartment was like that. The Motley Crue apartment was like that. The Guns N' Roses
apartment was like that.
I guarantee you that is not as uncommon a sight. I can't possibly comprehend living that filthy. I have dogs that like dogs. Dogs are filthy. Like all dogs, animals. I can't imagine living like that. There are people who live like that every day and don't see a problem with it.
There is gross. A meth whore right now on the floor. I'll suck your dick, and she's got 2 teeth like Count Chocula.
Yeah, I know that sounds awful. There's a lot of people like that. Like when you watch Hoarders, you're like, yeah, a lot of people live like that. A lot of people
they do.
Live
they
like
absolutely
that. It's so
do.
fucking. I don't get it. It's some sort of a psychological disorder. I can't imagine living that filthy, but there are people who do. There are just people who do.
Yeah, there are absolutely people who do, and they see no problem with it.
I don't get it. I just.
I'm not going to
judge them because they've got problems.
Kevin Bethel's comment.
Yeah, they've got problems.
Yeah, that's just a mental disorder or something.
There's some sort of a psychological disorder. People
See,
that can live
look,
in that kind
I'll
of
bet they have rats. They have rats. I'll bet they do. You know how it started, John? Because somewhere someone dropped something on the floor, and then the rats and the ants moved in, and then they stopped cleaning altogether because they're like, well, we have rats and ants anyway. Why should I bother doing the dishes? That's why you have to pick up that crumb and wash it on the ground with soap and water, John.
Here's how you can tell my kitchen is clean. My CDs are alphabetized. by artist order of release. I'm like,
Paulie's the opposite. He's got a box of toothpicks organized in size order. This one's a millimeter larger than the other.
I'm not super organized, but I will tell you, I won't leave. These cans will not be left on this desk. In fact, I will, when I go out to make sure the dogs haven't pissed their shit on their little pee pads, because that's what Lemmy is whining about. I'll throw them away now. Like, I don't leave clutter around. I just can't. So when I see that picture, I'm like, oh, it makes me ill.
I guarantee if I don't wipe up the floor from that crumb I dropped with soap and water and dry it perfectly, Mama Kuda will have a nightmare of Templeton Rat from Charlotte's Web. Smorgasbord, orgasbord, orgasbord. It's a smorgasbord, orgasbord, orgasbord.
I have a guy that comes in and
that's our living room, by the way. That's our living room.
I have a guy that comes and helps me cut Lemmy's nails because it's a 2-person operation. And he comes into the house. He goes, this place always has the faint aroma of pine sol in it.
That's the power of pine sol, baby.
Because I'm constantly washing the floors because my dogs are out in the yard and they track dirt into the house and shit like that. So I'm constantly watching. So he goes, this house always smells nice. It always has a constant aroma of pine sol in it.
See, now here's the Wednesday morning chat I'm going to get from Mama Kuda. Twofold. Why do you talk about that kid? Why did Johnny show photos of that kitchen? People are going to actually think that's my kitchen. That's number one. And number two, do you see? You see how Paul uses pine sol on his floors? You see, that's what we should be doing, John, because Paul doesn't have rats. Paul doesn't get ants. I'm telling you, we're going to get rats and ants. You should do it, Paul. Paul uses pine sol. Go out today and buy some pine sol. Do you see? Everyone else is doing that. We're the only ones that aren't. John, I'm telling you, this is what you should be doing. Like Paul, he's your friend. Why don't you follow his lead? August Bard.
She's right,
Of course. I dare not tell my mother she's right on anything because she'll go, see, on the show, they all say I'm right.
Everybody knows.
All your audience says I'm right.
John, listen to your mother.
Oh, yeah.
Always listen to your mother. All right, I'll be right back. I do have to check on the dogs.
Yeah. Last week I got the speech of see, Neanderthal wouldn't talk to his mother like that. And Jason certainly wouldn't talk to his mother like that. You're the only one that talks dirty about your mother.
Yep.
Yeah. Today was actually a winner. Today, Mama Kuda had a dentist appointment. And the dentist appointment was at 12:40. So I figured the dentist is like maybe 15, 20 minutes away. So I'm like, all right, we'll leave it 12:25, maybe something like that. We'll get you to the church on time, right? So at 12:01, hey, it's 12:01. We gotta go. No, Mom, we're not leaving till 12:20. 12:07 comes. Hey, did you see the time? It's 12:07. We gotta go. No, Ma, we're not leaving till 12:20. 12:13 rolls around. John, we gotta get going. They don't like it when you're late because if you're late, I'm like, Ma, what do they flog you with a rattan cane if you're late? You're not gonna be late. And what do they beat you? Do they lock you in a closet? Does he slap you across your face when he's got you in the sweet air chair? Does he what does he do? Does he drill teeth that don't need necessary? I'll show you. You were late. I'll show you. I shall waste my fucking time, Ms. Vancouver. You were the stupid, dumb fucking son that gets you here late. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I say, Ma, we're not gonna fucking be late. It's like she's every few minutes she's coming up to me at the time. It's like she should ring a fucking bell around the house. Ding, 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 ding. 12:13 and all's well. Except we're gonna be really late for the dentist. Holy shit. And like I said, it's not far away. So we finally get into the car on time and we're driving. And of course, the typical Mama Kuda thing, that's a stop sign. You got to stop. You went to a rolling stop. What if a car was coming? No car for fucking 2 miles I could see anywhere. I didn't stop fully. Yeah. I said, Ma, and then of course I should have taken a lift. They're much safer drivers than you. That's a stop. There's a stoplight coming up. You got to stop fully for those. There's another stop sign. You're not slow. You're going too fast. You're approaching it too slow. I knew I should have called lift. And don't rush. Don't speed. You're going too fast. You're 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Now you're 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. I get us there 10 minutes early. 10 fucking minutes early. And you know what she says? I should have taken left. I really should have. They're much safer drivers than you, John. Really. I should have taken left. I'm just saying. Not a thank you. I should have taken left. There you go. There's this week in Mama Kuda. Then she gets out of the dentist. I say, Ma, do you want a slice of pizza? Because we're near where I grew up. And I go, do you want a slice of pizza? And she's like, no, I just cleaned my teeth. I don't want to slice the pizza. But we're driving to the pizza place, and she's like, you know, a lot of shootings happened here. There's a lot of shootings happened recently around here. I said, what are you talking about? We're just driving. No one's shooting at you. What are you? Is this a drive-by? Are they targeting you? And then we drive by some apartments, and she's like, oh, these apartments look nice. I would live here. This is a nice apartment building. I said, Ma, you just said there were shootings around here. Which is it? It never stops. It never stops. And then we're driving home, and she's looking. There's a shopping center. And she says, oh, look, they're putting in a BJ's. They took away my beloved Macy's, and they're putting in a BJ's. Who likes BJ's? Well, Mom, I actually like BJ's. BJ's? You like BJ's? I don't know a lot of people like BJ's. I'm like, that's why Dad was unhappy in your marriage. I don't understand. He didn't shop there. Yeah, no, she didn't. She doesn't understand the double entendre of that one. So, yeah. The Week in Mama Cuda. Can we talk about, I want to talk about this when Paul gets back, but I was watching the Valerie Bertinelli interview the other day. She's been doing a lot. Have you been watching all the interviews she's been doing lately?
I have not seen any of them. Video wise, I haven't seen anything yet. No.
She was like on The View and she's doing the whole talk show circuit, and she's promoting this new book. What was it called? That's Enough. Let's see. Enough Already, Learning to Love the Way I Am Today. And it's about, her battle with weight. And she spends a lot of time talking about, her love with Eddie Van Halen, and, that, she never stopped loving him. She didn't even stop liking him. She just wanted to get Wolfie away from the drug scene that Eddie was doing at the time, and she says it was a moot point because when he started touring with Van Halen, he wound up seeing that anyway. When he took Michael Anthony's place in Van Halen and they were touring. But she goes into that. She's like, I did not want to divorce Eddie. I didn't want to leave. He was just doing too much drugs and alcohol abuse, and he was torturing himself. I didn't want our son seeing that. So, she really goes into that in that book. If that's, something anyone wants to read. I mean, there's a lot of, her other personal stuff, her battles with weight and, her insecurities and stuff. But there's obviously a lot of Van Halen talk in there to get a little insight in there. As you all know, Eddie's last words to Valerie and Wolfie when he passed was, "I love you." So James Gum says Valerie's looking like Captain Janeway from Voyager these days. She's 61 years old. She's 61 years old. I mean, look, she's a pretty girl. She's gone through a lot, obviously. I mean, I'm always very supportive of Valerie. Obviously, if you're a Van Halen fan, you know the deal with them. It's a sad story. It's sad that it ended that way, for obvious reasons. But I think it's interesting that, we're hearing about that now a year later. We're getting a little more insight from her side, talking about her relationship with Eddie. And, basically that, it ended basically to protect Wolfie, or what she thought is protecting Wolfgang, But so that's that. Let's see. Vince Neil. I was watching, I don't know if you guys saw this. Did you see this, Paul? Vince Neil did his first show of 2022.
Nope.
His first solo show. And here's the thing. I mean, obviously he's still chunky and whatever, but singing wise, he sounds terrible. And he threw almost every fucking song verse to the audience. I mean, just like every song. He's like, "Kickstart my heart. Wow. Yeah." Even the whoa, yeah. I'm just realizing he had the bass. He had Dana Strum on bass, and whoever's on guitar with him right now do the whoa, yeah. So Vince sang so few words in that whole concert. The footage is online, so watch online Vince Neil 2022 solo show if you could deal with it.
I got to be honest with you. I'm not a Vince Neil fan.
But
Not a
even
fan?
so, you gotta admit Motley Crue was great back in the day, and now I don't know. He's not even trying. It doesn't seem like he's even trying. You know?
Well, of course he's not. He doesn't have to.
No, and I know I sound like a broken record on this, but it's just like so freaking ridiculous that like that's what I saw is he's just throwing the verses to the audience. You know? In this new footage. Just look it up. Look it up if you're
One of my friends
figuring
used to
out
make
what's going to happen in the stadium tour with Motley Crue.
One of my friends used to do. She used to do a score.
She worked at Scores.
She would try to count how many times the band on stage would say the word guitar. Like with Paul Stanley, he'd be like guitar, for every guitar solo and stuff. And we would try to keep score. It was a score. We have a partial score. San Diego 6, guitar 4. It was just, and that's the same thing.
Welcome with San Diego.
That's the thing. Ask, count how many times Vince Neil does this with the microphone to the crowd. And it's sad.
You'll lose count. Sad. Even Count Von Count was like, I'm tired of counting so much. Yeah, no,
I'm not a fan. I've never been a fan of Vince Neil's. I've never been a huge Motley fan. I have all their records. Motley is more a moment, an experience, a party than they are a musical enjoyment for me. I dig. I mean, their good songs are very good. I just don't think they're a very good band.
He looks like the abominable snowman there.
He looks awful.
And that guy's reaching his chest to see if he's having a heart attack.
Now remember,
Jay Hannon's right. He's not trying because he can't do it. I mean, he really can't do it. The bits of verse that he was singing were terrible. I mean, really, really terrible. Just watch the videos. Just watch the videos. Wow, Bozique, jeez.
Bozique, you're on to something.
Christ, man.
Might as well.
Keith Campbell, we all lost interest after Dr. Feelgood, but you know what? With that said, I mean, you had to because, the John Corabi album was a different animal, and Generation Swine had like one good song, maybe. Saints of Los Angeles was a good song, but not to the level of what Dr. Feelgood brought. But look, the fact is he's just, he's just not even trying. I mean, he's throwing so many verses to the audience. It was kind of ridiculous. And then he's like singing just a couple out of tune words, then throwing it to the audience. And then, again, everyone's picking up the chorus, his bass player and guitarist. It's like, holy shit, Vince, you don't even have to be there.
I agree. I think that it's it's lazy. I think it's awful. I don't think that this stadium tour ever happens. I think I've been well stated on that. I just think that these shows they're not doing anybody any favors.
And if it does happen, dude, I wouldn't blame anyone for bashing the Motley set if it's like that. I mean, look, at least you got to give Mick Mars credit. The guy's crimped up and he's trying. He's trying. He's on point. He's practicing. He's never faltered and he's in pain constantly. The only person that's in pain associated with Vince is the audience trying, to hear him. It's painful. It's painful to watch.
Agreed.
So I'm sorry to see it gotten better.
Almost as bad as watching Don Dokken.
At least Don's trying. I'll give Don for trying, and he knows the words. Yeah, much respect for Mick Mars. Speaking of Mick Mars, Paulie, did you hear this? You actually mentioned his name earlier. Daryl McDaniels, DMC of Run DMC, put together recently a little super group to make a single, a remake of the song by Ram Jam, Black Betty. You know that song? And you guys who watch Family Guy, you know that song. Whoa, Black Betty, whoa, Black Betty, whoa. Whoa,
nice
Black Betty, whoa. You all know that song. So there's a remake single of it called She Gets Me High. They're changing the title of it. But it's basically DMC putting together, look who he's put together to redo the single. Sebastian Bach on vocals, Duff McKagan on bass, Mick Mars on guitar, and Travis Barker on drums for this remake of this one cool old song.
What's interesting about DMC is he actually is a huge rock fan.
Yeah.
Like huge. He's a big it's interesting. One of the things that
look who he's picked.
One of the first things that he did in the rock world, outside of obviously Rock Box and King of Rock and those songs that have sick guitar riffs in them for hip hop, is he did a Mother's Finest cover called Just Like a Negro, which is a song. Mother's Finest, for those that don't know, is like Sly and the Family Stone, except they were multiracial. They were a band that was sort of way ahead of their time, that put some rock and some funk and some R&B and all that stuff together. And they had this song called Just Like a Negro. And a couple of years ago, actually, boy, it's been more than a few years ago now, Daryl got together with the guys in Jackal and did a cover of that song. And he's a big AC/DC fan, and he rides Harleys, and Daryl McDaniels is a rocker who happens to be one of the greatest hip hop artists of all time. But like so many of us, he has varied interests. So when getting an opportunity,
look what they did with Aerosmith, that
yes.
made them on the pop culture map.
Yeah, they were already legends at that point. They basically resurrected Aerosmith.
In rap, they were legends.
Yeah,
in rap they were legends. But to bring them to the masses of the at the time rock world, they tapped into Aerosmith.
The thing with Daryl is he has always been a rock guy. And it's cool to see him doing that. It's cool to see him put this thing together. I have no doubt that it'll be good.
I think it'll be great. I mean, I look forward to the lineup. And I know I'm looking in the chat. Christopher Live Sawa, not a fan of the Ram Jam song. You have to realize this song was it was written in 1939. So it's kind of like an old blues song, kind of, and it's been covered by a bunch of bands that tried to make it popular. Ram Jam did obviously the version that became popular, but that was even 1977. Give it a chance for a remake, because all the remakes that you look at from, Quiet Riot's Come On Feel the Noise, which was an old Slade song, and various songs by Great White, and Knocking on Heaven's Door by Guns N' Roses. These are basically metal groups that took an older song and made it really fucking cool. I have a feeling that this band, this little super group, is going to make a really cool version of that with this much talent of metal guys on it.
Here's the thing about, Christopher Lassalle points out, I actually hate that song, and I play it on a regular basis on our show every week. There's a reason why that song is still on the radio 50 years later, because it is one of the greatest songs ever recorded.
It's a catchy song.
Whether we agree with it or not, it is what it is. We don't have to like it, but we do have to accept it. It's one of the greatest rock songs ever written, or it wouldn't be on. Now, it's not a rock song, obviously, as John says. It's been redone, just like Gallows Pole, and I Don't Need No Doctor, and all these other You Shook Me, a lot of these blues songs and shit that have been done. Ice Cream Man. I mean, a lot of these songs, existed 50 years before they became rock hits, but then it became a rock hit, and it's still on the radio because you hear that song, you hear Black Betty at every football, hockey, basketball, sporting event. It is instantly identifiable. It is a massive song. I hate the song, but there's a reason why people love it, and that's why people are interested in Daryl McDaniels doing it, because he picked a great song that everybody already loves. It's just amazing.
I think that
I hate the
version. Look, I just think that they're obviously gonna hit on a version. I'm gonna give it a chance because there's so much talent that gives it the possibility that this conglomeration with DMC behind it is gonna be a winner. Maybe I'll be wrong. I'll give it that possibility. I don't think I will be, though. And again, they even changed the title of it to a line in the song called She Gets Me High. So that's actually the new name of the song. So I've never heard of that before, where they changed the title of the song in a remake. But look, I think they're obviously trying to make you forget the original version and in some way that you're going to give it a chance. You're going to give it a listen. I'm going to give it a listen. And I hope I'm right. But I love that lineup, man. I love seeing Mick Mars with a real singer.
I will tell you, just because the talent in the band looks good, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good. I mean, Contraband looked good on paper too.
Sure. You may have no chemistry there, but
Yeah.
you know, with that said, Duff has worked with Sebastian Bach before on Duff's solo album, so they have some chemistry. You know, I can't wait to hear Mick Mars play again.
That's the problem with Sebastian is I mean, he's got one of the greatest voices of his time, and he's just a dick.
He's hard to work with a lot of people.
Just can't get out of his own way. He'd be a superstar if he could just get his shit together. Super talented guy, great singer, drunk and just difficult to deal with all the time. He's just on all the time. He never he never lets it go.
I don't think it's such a drunk thing as much as you know, more just like, you know, a fly off the handle guy, or, you know, just, I don't know. I mean, you get different things from different people. I like the guy. I know people that don't, you know, that think he's too wild and whatever. And, you know, either way, like we've said before, Paul, you know, sometimes you could just go into the studio, record a song, or go on the stage and then go back to your dressing room. You know, you don't have to be friends with everyone. Just do the work.
He's just an intense dude. He's intense and he's
intense. There's the word, intense.
Yeah, he's tough.
You love him or hate him, he's intense, but he's talented.
Yep.
So that's that one. Let's also talk about, you and I talked about this a little bit privately off the show. For those that don't know, David Coverdale of Whitesnake and Nancy Wilson of Heart have both sold their respective catalogs. Now, Nancy Wilson, I don't know if she owns the full Heart catalog. I think she might split
she has part of her publishing. So her 50% of the publishing.
Yeah, the other half is Anne, I believe.
And Howard Leese, I think, owns a piece too. I mean, those guys, whoever has.
Thank you, Sherman Callahan.
Yeah, but I think Anne and Nancy are primary owners of the publishing.
Yeah, well, Nancy has sold her portion of it, and David Coverdale has sold because he owns Whitesnake. Remember, every other guy in Whitesnake is for hire. David Coverdale owns Whitesnake. He owns the rights. He owns the writing.
Whitesnake was the name of his first solo record because it was a reference to his dick.
There you go.
Whitesnake has never been a band. It's always been the David Coverdale
It's
show.
always been his dick.
So
David Coverdale sold his dick.
Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, it's David Coverdale's Whitesnake.
There you go. So
nice teeth, Dave.
So David Coverdale has sold everything but his teeth. He sold his rights to Whitesnake. He sold his solo rights. He sold his portion of Deep Purple, which he owned a portion of when he was fronting Deep Purple. And a bunch of other stuff, obviously merch and videos and whatnot. For both of them, both him and Nancy, for undisclosed amounts to Roundhill Music, apparently named after Nancy's breasts. Jesus, look at those fucking shoppers. Holy shit. You could bite through the damn stage.
Those aren't real.
No,
I don't know what.
Nothing on David Coverdale is real anymore.
Jesus Christ.
That's like those wax teeth.
He's going to buy himself some new teeth.
It's like the wax thing you put in. The Dracula.
the wax teeth. Yeah, let me tell you something. I'd still trade places with the guy in a minute. My dick still smells like Tawny Katane, and I clearly have an 8-figure sum in my bank account. Yeah. No, he cashed in good. Listen, we talked about this last week. A lot of guys are cashing in, and girls are cashing in their song rights, their catalogs. It's time to cash in. A lot of people are doing it. They're getting to that point of, hey, I'm not doing a lot else with it. Sure, we'll still tour and shit like that. But look, David wants to buy himself some new chiclets for his mouth, and he wants the best.
I'm just looking at the wrinkles around his face. Boy, he's just old.
It's almost like you want to stage a hike, the Whitesnake hike tour, and go on a hike around the crevices of his face. Jesus Christ! And yet, Tawny Katane was sitting on that.
I'm sure David has had more than his share of fair women.
Oh yeah. Jesus. Magic Man says it best. His teeth look like a row of urinals. It's like fucking bleached tombstones in his fucking mouth. God bless him.
Yeah, the longer you stare at that, the weirder it gets.
Bozique, it's really not a gamble so much as it is selling something. I mean, you've assigned a value on it. You get paid up front. You don't have to worry about licensing it. A lot of times these songs that were not hits work in like retro movies or and you don't have to pay studio musicians. Yeah, commercials, and you don't have to pay studio musicians to do them. And we've all is it Constant Contact, the commercial that has Mark Slaughter in it? We've all seen it and heard it. We recognize it. We're like, it could be it's a Slaughter library track somewhere that nobody knows about that works for what they need to do.
Also, remember, Mark Slaughter is a cartoon voiceover artist as well. He's done that since the 1980s, so he's well versed in doing other things aside from just his hits and whatnot. But I'll tell you what, out of all the catalogs that have sold recently, I have to say, I think Whitesnake is one of the most commercially valuable out there.
I don't know about that, but
you don't think so?
No, I mean they've got one. I mean, Here I Go Again is their commercially viable song.
Is This Love?
Nope.
You don't think so?
Nope.
Oh, I could think of 100 commercial uses for that song.
All right. Well, then you should have bought the catalog, and I don't know.
I'm trying to right now. My PayPal address is at the bottom of the screen, scrolling. This is so I can buy the Whitesnake catalog. So please send money to johnmancuda@AOL.com and help me own David Coverdale.
No, look, some of those songs they're 30 something years too late.
They're bigger. The thing
not
is,
for commercial use, Johnny. I think for commercial use, a lot of those songs have viable use, and movie soundtracks and TV shows. Like I said, a lot of these catalogs. I mean, what do you think they're buying them for? They're not buying them for fresh radio play. They're buying them for commercial use. There's a lot of retro use now of 80s songs in commercials and shows and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh, for like flashback scenes, like flashback to 1987 or something.
The new Peacemaker show I've heard uses a lot of 80s songs in their soundtrack. I've heard them reference Pretty Boy Floyd and a bunch of stuff like that, as well as who else was it? Cobra Kai, the show Cobra Kai, not our favorite audience member, Cobra Kai Platoon. Cobra Kai uses a lot of 80s songs in that show.
Mm-hmm.
And how do they recoup that cost?
Again, by licensing it out.
But I would think there's only a handful of tunes that they can use. Stuff that people remember from back then.
I think that 1987 album has a lot of ones that that could be used. I really do. Yeah, Kai Matthews in the trailer for Peacemaker, they play Kickstart My Heart. That's a song that we've seen by Motley Crue used over and over and over again. I mean, a lot of these 80s songs are getting new use.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kickstart My Heart is something that's kind of had it never really went away since then.
Here I Go Again is another very marketable song.
That's the only one.
That's
the only marketable song.
I think is this.
Everything else is dated.
Here's the thing,
they're
John,
they're all dated. These are 80s songs. They're all dated.
I work in an industry that spends area of the industry that spends millions of dollars researching songs people like. That's why we play the songs we play on the radio, because we spend millions of dollars researching and there's a reason why the same songs are on every radio station around the country, because every radio company does this research, and the songs we play are the ones that are worth anything. We have been licensing these songs out for advertising purposes for decades. That's what radio is. We play songs that people love so that they'll listen through the commercials. And that's exactly what these publishing companies are doing, licensing the songs. So the ones that are valuable are the ones that you hear on classic rock radio around the country. The same 500 songs on every fucking radio station. The only Whitesnake song that is played on every fucking radio station in classic rock is Here I Go Again. It's the only one.
But you know
and
what?
We try. We ask. People don't care.
But you know what? For commercials and for movies, they will look at titles of songs. And, for instance, there you go. Thank you, Christopher Livesawa. Trojan and Durex should use Slide It In. Absolutely. There's a great example. Yeah. So should the Easy Bake Oven. Thank you.
But that's Grandpa's song.
You, John.
And suppositories, absolutely, for your grandfather. I'm gonna slide it in right up my keister, slide it in. And by the way, shout out to Dane Zimmerman in the chat, not on screen for some reason.
I know, just decided didn't want to do the show anymore. It's almost like we bust his balls every time he's on.
I don't understand. Yeah, there's Johnny dodging that bullet again.
I love you, Dan.
Paulie, Johnny is like our Beatles manager.
But Gretsch Zeppelin brings up a great point. Using CCR in every Vietnam War movie, those are all songs everybody loves. Nobody is using an unfamiliar Creedence Clearwater Revival has a dozen hit songs. So yes, that catalog is valuable. Whitesnake has one hit song. One.
No, come on.
One.
Whitesnake has one hit song. Come on.
One hit song that's lasted all these years.
That's the only one that's lasted, John.
Oh, bullshit. People love Still the Night.
No, they do not.
People don't know that song.
We test it every fucking 6 months. Nobody cares.
Oh,
they don't love it. They don't love it. You do, and that's great.
I do.
We've had this conversation multiple times. You are a fan. Most people don't care.
But they're going by titles. When it comes to commercials, to selling a product, they're not just going for the hits. They're going for specialized titles. Like, okay, here's a great example. Dirty Looks, a band that no one outside of like the metal community has heard of. They sold a song for a fortune to a British TV show, a British detective TV show, and it's their song. What is it?
Yeah, must have been a huge
hit. Can't take my eyes off of you. Can't take my eyes off of you.
You don't even fucking know what it is.
No, it took me a second. Can't take my eyes off of you. Because how often am I still thinking of that song? But think about that. Oh, Lindy, we talked about the winning lottery ticket that I got. Yeah, 437 million. I'm sharing with every audience member who chimed in at that moment. Did you miss that segment? Oh, shit. Nothing then. Nothing to see here.
Everybody, it's funny how many people, the perception. This is something that took me a long time.
No,
to
what's
just
really
have to
funny is we're
accept.
covering up David Coverdale's teeth right now with
Teeth,
that
yes.
shot. Jesus.
None of those songs, as much as we
give him
love
some
them,
taffy to chew.
none of those songs score high enough amongst the general public to be played. The only one anybody cares about is Here I Go Again. There's a reason why that's the only Whitesnake song you hear on the radio. You hear Still the Night once in a while on like their deep track weekend, only because they need to play another song. But the only one people care about is Here I Go Again. I have seen the tests.
That's what I was going to kind of say. Like, people these days that are really, they're the people they're shooting this stuff for, like the flashback stuff, the people that weren't even born back then. The stuff that was hits then now is like lost B-sides. Does that make sense, Paul?
Yeah.
Because thank you, Steve Stupia.
Nope. Still the Night
but
is
there
not
it is
huge.
right there. Hit Metal Works hit the nail
It's
right on the head. This is what I'm saying. It's all about the lyrics, not the riff for media purposes, marketing. So if you have a song called You Suck, it's going to be used in a vacuum commercial. If you have a song called I'm So Wet, it's going to be for sponges. It's, this is what I'm saying. It's all about the meaning for commercials. They're not paying $150 million, for these catalogs, $200 million, because they're using them in like basic radio play. Oh, Lindy Lynch, it's a horrible, horrible tragedy story. I don't want to talk about it again. Just send money to my PayPal. We're raising up money for, I don't want to talk about it. It's too hard. Lindy, just send money to my PayPal, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Keith Campbell hit it on the head because Johnny always gets the money from the show and we do the work. So thank you. That's why.
We don't have to do the show.
All right, Paul.
It can all go away.
That's a big loss on the Johnny Beane bank book. There we go.
I'm going to try and find you a source just so that everybody understands that the songs that we think are the biggest songs, they just aren't. They're just not.
I can, but I use those to eat. That's my food money.
Thank you, Cece. Cece, I knew it was you. You rock, man.
Cece, how much percentage is Johnny giving? Dan Halen. No, look. Yeah, the money's for Blue Rhino. Lindy, my porns don't count. My porns don't count.
There you go, everybody. There's your top 1,000 classic rock songs of all time.
But it's not about it being popular.
It's absolutely about it being popular. That's why you license them out for commercial use.
It's about having melodic songs with verses that you can use for merchandising.
Why would you pay $500 million to Bruce Springsteen for his catalog when you could pay 4 studio musicians to write a melodic riff with lyrics that are specifically tailored to the product and or movie that why is there any value to that catalog? Because they're famous songs that are well known and embraced by the people all over the planet. That's why.
Choppers.
That's why. I mean,
those fucking choppers.
Go. I mean, I've just sent you the top 1,000 classic rock songs of all time, and Whitesnake, not even in there. That's the funny part. Not even in there.
I just think that they have a lot of songs that could be used for
You
merch.
think so?
Someone thinks so. Obviously, they paid that much money.
We'll see if they can recoup that money.
Well, first of all, hold on. Jesus raised me. You're definitely wrong because obviously someone just paid a large 9-figure income for that catalog. So we're just trying to figure out the uses for it. It's not that it's not worthless, because we should all be that not worthless as, whatever, 150, 200 million, whatever they just sold it for. So the numbers do speak. There's hundreds of millions of dollars at stake that just got paid. So yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now the work happens. You got to recoup that. You've just invested. You've just invested.
Sure all these catalogs selling, they're going to figure out ways to do it.
They're going to have to recoup that with one song.
Yeah, a lot of it. Look,
that's all Paul's going to be playing from now on. Is that one song?
It's the only
over and over.
Look,
Paul's going to get a note from the station manager.
It all makes sense. If I read you the top 10, Stairway to Heaven, Hey Jude, All Along the Watchtower, Satisfaction, Like a Rolling Stone, Another Brick in the Wall, Won't Get Fooled Again, Hotel California, Layla, Sweet Home Alabama. That's it. All of those songs, those are the biggest fucking songs ever written. The closest...
No, Magic Man, we got to look at his teeth some more. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John. Go ahead, Paul.
The closest thing to any 80s hair band on there is AC/DC. There is nothing in that classic rock, top 1,000 classic rock songs of all time. And I'm using classic rock because that's the greatest of greatest.
Zim's guitars there.
Yeah,
there's the win. Here I go again. See? Toilet paper commercial. Diarrhea. Pepto-Bismol. Here I go again. Seriously, that could make a great Pepto commercial. Are you kidding? And what about those Charmin bears dancing to that fucking song? Absolutely. Thank you, Dean.
Yep, that's the sad part. The sad part about it is the songs we love are not the songs everybody loves. This show is talking 80s metal and guitars. We love Motley Crue. Most people love Home Sweet Home and their cover of Smoking in the Boys' Room. And then it drops off pretty big. Yes, Start My Heart once in a while. Dr. Feelgood once in a while. And
I think Kickstart My Heart is probably the one I hear the most.
Probably that and Home Sweet Home are the two big ones.
Home Sweet Home, yeah.
Yeah, those are the big ones.
Yeah. Speaking of big ones, look at those fucking tombstones in his mouth. Holy shit. It's like when you open up an egg crate. Jesus. The great Josh Jones in the chat, everybody. Welcome, Josh.
What's up, Josh?
Hey, man.
I watched Josh's videos on Facebook, and holy shit, man. How do you do that? Just how do you do that, man? So fucking naturally talented. It's mind-blowing. God bless you. Symmetry. Locomotive breath from Jethro Tull could be used for mouthwash. You guys in the chat, tell me what other songs could you see for Whitesnake as far as product placement? Just go through your Whitesnake catalog and just let us know what you come up with. I'm just curious. What songs would you put with what products that you buy in the store? What services? Obviously, I love diarrhea medicine, home sweet for Here I Go Again. What else you got? There they are. Oh, man. Someone come up with a toothpaste commercial. Holy shit. Zoom in on those fucking things.
Holy shit. I'm looking at the top rock songs of the 80s.
In his mouth? Oh.
The top rock songs in the 80s. We're looking at Another Brick in the Wall, part 2, which is 1979.
There's a lot of bricks in that wall right there.
But Every Breath You Take, Living on a Prayer is the closest thing to a hair band at the top of the list at number 3.
Desmond Child.
And then
boy, that's a great catalog to own. Bon
Jump
Jovi.
Jump at number 9. Photograph at number 20. Why Can't This Be Love at 22. Pretty Woman, Van Halen's version at 27.
Wait a minute.
But do they have the rights to license that though?
When It's Love from Van Halen at 34.
Paulie, do they have the rights to license that though?
What do you mean?
Well, it's not their song technically.
But they have, if they own, their version of it can be licensed. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Their version of it, they'll get a performance royalty. They won't get a publishing royalty.
Okay.
But they're gonna,
There you go. That's what I'm thinking. Okay.
But like,
thank you.
I'm scrolling down here. Scorpions' No One Like You is at friggin' 59. And I'm just using 80s, hard rock bands. Triumph's World of Fantasy is actually at number 73. Stone Cold from Rainbow is at 77. Finish What You Started is at 82. I'm down to 100 now, and I don't see Whitesnake anywhere.
Slide it in
Blue,
for tampons. That's brilliant.
Sure. Still scrolling down, and this is the top 1,000 rock songs of the 1980s. Jesus, there is just no Whitesnake on here. I'm at 200 now. No Whitesnake.
Wow. Holy shit. did somebody say denture cream?
Yes,
Holy
darling, I've got fantastic choppers.
Like
My
the
choppers
caps,
are very-
the
There it
caps
is.
in my mouth are like the hubcaps on my car. Slow and
Wait a
easy
minute.
stool softener. There you go. Thank you, AI Gaming.
I had to miss one. Then I got to go back up because I just saw "Fool for Your Loving" at like 295. So I had to have missed. Here I Go Again. There's no way "Fool for Your Loving" is a bigger song than "Here I Go Again."
I could see that as being used for merch. And again, think of Valentine's Day. Think of anything that has to do with love. Flowers, romantic comedies. Same with Is This Love?
Which version of Fool for Your Lovin'?
The Whitesnake version.
Yeah, but
No, but there's two of them.
There's the old 70s version.
Oh, that's true. And David owns both of them.
Yes, he does.
There you go. Pick one. Yeah, False Flag. Bon Jovi, I think, would also be a catalog that...
yes, Bon Jovi's catalog is absolutely valuable.
Very, very valuable. Living on a Prayer alone. I mean, how many times have you heard that in pop culture?
Yeah, it's a big fucking song.
I heard Desmond play that song on the piano solo.
There you go. Did you hear Desmond taking a shit also? When you were trying to get into the shower and you're banging on the door. Desmond!
Actually, yes.
I've got to go. Come on, man.
We shared a bathroom.
Oh, that's great.
At the same time?
That's great. All right, it's 9:00. I'm out.
Bye.
All right, the Great Neanderthal, everybody.
I gotta go to sleep. 3 a.m. comes early.
So do I, unfortunately. Great Neanderthal, everybody. Johnny, what do you think? You want to go some more time? You want to go an hour?
Oh my gosh, is that true?
No, that's terrible.
Oh my
Oh my god.
Is that true?
That's terrible.
I can do another 30 minutes because I
All
got
right, we'll do another
early
half
in the
hour.
morning myself.
We'll do another half. We have a lot to talk about tonight. There's a lot of fun and music news. Yeah, but I think Bon Jovi's catalog would be absolutely extremely valuable. Look how
it
many,
is. It's one of the most valuable in all of 80s music.
But that's what I'm saying. I think out of 80s guys, I think one of the most valuable would absolutely be Bon Jovi. I mean, even David Coverdale's excited. Look at him.
It always was.
Oh boy. Oh boy. It's like for dental floss. Look at that thing. Have you ever seen such choppers with that finger going across it? Yeah, no, I think that, wow. David Coverdale for Gleam toothpaste. Holy shit.
Magic Man tomorrow. He got bumped up.
Yes. And by the way, those are non-disclosed amounts. We've been hearing, when these catalogs have been selling, they've been going for a good amount, usually in the hundreds of millions. I don't know, because the same company bought both Nancy Wilson's Heart catalog and the Coverdale Whitesnake catalog, Roundhill Music. They have not disclosed the amounts like the other companies have. So I don't know what they're going for, but based on, look, 150 million from Motley Crue, that's got to be somewhere around what, the other two catalogs have sold for. Anybody see David Coverdale's eye getting lazy? Keith Campbell wants to know. Well, obviously David Coverdale is not seeing it because his eye is on the ground. So yeah, he hasn't watched that. Hellstorm says Van Halen, Def Leppard, and Bon Jovi. Def Leppard would be another tremendous get as far as selling their catalog. Could you imagine what the Def Leppard catalog would go for? Def Leppard catalog would go for a fucking fortune. Absolutely. Holy shit. The amount of hits just off of Hysteria. And then you got a couple off of Adrenalize and a couple of, off Pyromania. I mean, absolutely. You always hear Def Leppard songs in pop culture, in commercials and stuff like that. Pour Some Sugar on Me. Holy shit. How many candy commercials can you think of that would do well with that one? Wow. Mind blowing. Let's talk about some other music news. And by the way, today's show and tell guitar, I didn't give a clue of it yet. Let's see. I don't even know what a good clue. Dave looks like he's trying to bite the microphone there. Today's show and tell guitar, what would be a good clue? I don't even have a fucking clue for that one.
What rhymes with the brand name?
I'll say it was one company's answer to the Jackson Soloist. There's your clue. One company's answer to the Jackson Soloist. I'll give that. Let's delve into some music news first, though. I want to get some stuff out of the way. Judas Priest right now. There was, obviously those paying attention last week, big announcement. They wanted to become a 4-piece band for touring. Judas Priest, classic for their double guitar attack. Okay. You always had, you always had two guitarists. Yeah. Glenn Tipton and KK Downing. And, that was like a signature of their sound. They decided, well, right now we have our touring guitarist, Andy Snape, is doing a great job, but we're going to let him go right now. And we're going to tour as a 4-piece. That was big fucking news and got so much negative reaction just from last week, from that announcement, that already this week they have totally backpedaled and said, you know what? We didn't kind of expect that type of reaction. We're going to go back to a 5-piece. So for those that were upset last week about Judas Priest becoming a 4-piece, now we're going back to 5. Yeah, it's amazing how, like, when fans speak up, results happen. Here's a great example of it. And look, we're all major fans of Judas Priest. Obviously, we talked about him big time last week. So the lineup now, guitar-wise, is Richie Faulkner, Andy Snape as still as touring guitarist. Wouldn't you think they'd have made him a regular member by now? I mean, come on. He's touring guitarist. What are you going to do when it's time to record? And when possible, Glenn Tipton. Because obviously, Glenn has his own health issues. He can't be a regular guitarist and he can't do tours anymore. But he has been appearing, thankfully, in shows, which is great. That's nice. That's fun. So Glenn Tipton will still continue to appear on tours here and there as health and time permits. But we're back to Richie Faulkner and Andy Snape. And I'm glad because, come on. Let's be realistic. Why the fuck, after 1 billion years as a 5-piece, would you suddenly want to drop down to a 4-piece? I mean, what the fuck? Why? Just
Which
to
band?
piss off your fans? Judas Priest. Johnny doesn't watch the show. Don't mind him.
Why would they do that?
Yeah. They announced last week they were going to be a 4-piece. Fans in waves were complaining online about that. Now they're back to a 5-piece in less than a week.
Who were they getting rid of?
They were getting rid of Andy Snape.
Who's that?
Their touring guitarist.
Who's he outside of Priest?
You got me. I know him as the touring guitarist on Priest. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. He was basically, in Judas Priest without being in Judas Priest. I mean, we don't know the real story. Was it a personality issue? Was it a clash of creative differences? Yada, yada. Was it a money thing?
He doesn't get any, there's no creative thing in there. He plays their music. That's
it. He's a hired gun right now. And look, when it's time to record a new album, will they bring in, him as the new guitarist? I don't know. So
is he on all their promotional stuff? Is he in like pictures, like posters of the band? Is he in those shots?
When they're touring, sure.
Because let's say another 80s band, Duran Duran, they've had ever since Andy Taylor left, they've had, there's been different versions of the band, but their guitar player they've had for John Biel. How many years?
For John Biel? Is he in Judas Priest now?
How many years? Duran Duran has had a touring guitar player for, let's just say, close to 20 years now.
Okay.
You see him on stage.
Same guy?
He played, same guys. Same guy.
You hear him not in the promo photos?
He's not.
After 20 years?
You never see him in the promos. Never.
Yeah, here's a shout out to that guy. If you've been playing with a band, a well-known band for 20 fucking years, okay, then you need to speak up and say, guys, I need to at least, maybe I don't get the same pay as you, but I need to be in the promo photos. I need to be, after 20 fucking years of consistent playing with Duran Duran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I need to be in the promo photos. If it's just 1 year, I say, okay, maybe I'm working next year with him. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just for this tour. That's one thing.
He's on the album, but you don't see him on the album either.
The guys in the audience is saying otherwise he's an engineer. He's a producer. Other than being the touring guitarist.
The Priest guy?
Yeah. But you know what? The fact is, he's been playing through the tours. Even if he's not, look, he's a hired gun. I get it. He's not getting the same pay. But, I mean, it's really, it's really the whole thing. You gotta fucking put him on the damn promotionals after 20 fucking years. Talk about a bad management. Holy shit.
Close to 20. It hasn't really been 20 yet, but no. Well, I don't know. Maybe that could be another show. Thursdays, we'll do a Duran Duran show. Talk about Don Brown and how you never see him in the pictures.
Talking about Faulty Towers in the chat. One of my favorite comedies of all time. If you haven't watched the 12 episodes of Faulty Towers, the British comedy, you are missing out on one of the funniest shows ever written on TV.
Mm-hmm.
John Cleese, Monty Python. Brilliant. Really funny stuff. Let's do today's show and tell guitar, and then we'll get into more music news because I do have a bunch of stuff. We'll talk about the Rock Island Fest in Key West, Florida that just happened, and we'll talk about that after show and tell. Today's show and tell guitar brought to you by our wonderful sponsors like Vinum Custom Pickups. Look at that beauty. Maker of the Mancuda Custom.
Did you take that with you to show it?
I did. I did. Because they're the only loose ones I have. They're the only loose Vinums. All the others are in guitars. So Vinum Custom Pickups. Call up Craig Vinum. Boutique guitar pickups. The tone you want for your guitar. Check out what Vinum Pickups can do for you. They custom make high-end boutique guitar pickups. You want something to boost up your Les Paul to catch that vintage sound again? Craig Vineham has these for you. You want something of a different color, something unique, something you want, something like a Duncan JB with a little less mud on it. You tell Craig Vineham, he will make it for you. Custom made high-end boutique guitar pickups at a really affordable price. That is Vineham Custom Pickups. That is what you want. So see what Vineham Pickups can do for you. And then, of course, Johnny, when you want the best, and I mean the best kill switch on the market, the ones the pros use, you're a pro player, what do you use?
I use Tessie Switch.
Tessie Switch. That's what I was looking for. The best made, most durable, most reliable, high-end kill switches that all the pros use. If you want a kill switch for your guitar, you reach for a Tessie Switch. That's what you do. And Johnny, if you're looking to hot rod your guitar, I'm talking really hot rod it with noiseless springs, with special tuners, with a titanium bridge saddles, with all the accessories that you can really hot rod a guitar with. I know where I go. Where do you go, Johnny Beane?
I go to FU-Tone.
Same answer as me, fu-tone.com. The ultimate in tonal and performance upgrades for your locking tremolos, all the high-end upgrades to really, really hot rod your guitar. Check out fu-tone.com. And of course, my favorite picks, and a lot of guys' favorite picks, look at these beauties. Swiss picks, right there. Never up my nose, but one was up my ass. Swiss picks with raised holes for greater grip. That's what you want. You want a Swiss pick. These are dynamite. I give these away all the time, and people never look back. Swiss picks are great. Try a Swiss pick. Just give it a shot. Try one in a store. Check it out. Get a feel for it, and you will not go back to a regular pick. Great pick, Swiss pick. I'm gonna, in fact, put it right up my B squared Brendan Buttcheek's pick holder, right up his ass. Boom.
It's the same color.
Yeah. Check out B squared guitars for very cool cigar box guitars. Very cool. Thank you, Brendan. And thank you, Swiss picks. So today's show and tell guitar, I was talking about it, and leave a thumbs up on the video if you can. Really appreciate it. Today's show and tell guitar is the answer from BC Rich about the Jackson Soloist. Jackson's, as you know, did a lot of neck through stuff, and BC Rich came out with the BC Rich ST, which was a Strat bodied guitar, neck through, like the Jackson Soloist. BC Rich was already doing a lot of neck through guitars. They were doing the Bitch, the Mockingbird, the Eagle, the Warlock, the Ironbird, the Wave, the Stealth. They were doing the Seagull. They were doing all these wonderful neck through guitars, but they didn't have a Strat body. So they started with an ST, which was a really odd shaped Strat, a little squared off here, a little curve there, but it didn't quite have the feel of a Jackson Soloist. Enter a new employee, and he basically said to Bernie Rico, you know what? I'm going to redesign this Strat to be more like the Jackson Soloist with better curves and in a neck through body. And he came out with the BC Rich ST3, but it still wasn't a neck through guitar. It was a bolt on. Then they said, you know what? For custom orders, we will make a BC Rich ST3 neck through. And not that many were ordered because the Soloist was already established. And BC Rich was also coming out with the Gunslinger, which was a very popular bolt-on guitar. But for those in that little window of time that wanted something BC Rich, but similar to a Jackson Soloist, Johnny, if you please. Let's get this out of the way. Oh my God.
1 second. All right, you got it.
You got it. Okay. There's our thumbnail. This is a BC Rich ST3, 1987 ST3. This was an early BC Rich ST3 neck through. You don't see these neck through. These are very, very rare in neck through. This is neon eye-hurting pink in neck through with a beautiful and rare matching headstock. That was something you could get on a custom order if you wanted. They would match the headstock. Now this is a neon pink with a light blue overspray. So it came out like a metallic pearl that you could see at different angles. You'd see it's a nice pink reflective pearl with, you could catch a little bit of that blue metallic overspray. No, you haven't seen this one, AI Gaming. Very, very, very pink. This one, let's see. You can see it here. Let's see. This one has a rosewood board. Very thick rosewood board at the time. Nice dark rosewood with the classic BC Rich signature. And again, like the Soloist, this had a Floyd, licensed Floyd. You have 1 humbucker, 2 single coils. And again, also like the Soloist, you got, the 3 switches, the volume and tone. I know, I have a lot of pink guitars. Look at that heel, though. That beautiful carve on that. Again, hand-carved BC Riches. These were all handmade at the time. There you go. There's a good angle for that heel carve. Look how comfy that looks. And yes, Tony McAlpine had an ST. I have actually Tony's ST. I've had it on the show before. And Andy LaRocque, correct. Andy LaRocque of King Diamond also played these neck through ST3s, correct. So again, a little bit of a different feel, a little more player friendly than the Jackson Soloist. And again, it's a matter of taste. The Jackson Soloists obviously play amazing, especially the 1986 and before San Dimas ones. Some of the early Ontarios were also just amazing into the early 90s, just really good stuff. This particular one, yes, did come with the EMGs. And again, you could order whatever you wanted from BC Rich. If you ordered stock, then they would usually give you a DiMarzio Super Distortion as your bridge pickup. And someone was making ST3 single coil pickup special for them. I forget who it was, but these are active EMGs. And this is a real Floyd. Let's see. Is this? And I think someone brought this into them because Kramer at the time had the license on the Floyd. So BC Rich was using Takeuchi or one other brand, I forget. They were using licensed Floyds at the time, which were great, really well made. But this is an actual Floyd Rose, meaning someone brought in a Floyd Rose to BC Rich because that's how they did it back then. If you didn't have order from Kramer, you were getting the Floyd Roses and bringing them to Jackson, to BC Rich and saying, please put this on my custom guitar. And they would do it. They would do it. They would do pretty much anything you paid for back then. But like I said, it's a little hard in this light to capture the pearl color in this. But trust me, it's got a blue metallic overspray over it that gives it this beautiful pearlescent finish. Little hard to tell in this particular light. I'm really sorry. But really, really nice. Now, this is one of these 80s Warriors. This one had a headstock break at one point. Not by me, but when I got it. But it was a really good, strong, solid repair. And a lot of people don't know, if you break a guitar headstock and it's a clean break, a good luthier will take some solid, good brand, very specific wood glue, not your basic stuff that you get in the store like Elmer's and shit, but a really good quality wood glue and clamp it and set it. And if it's a clean break, it'll be even stronger than when it was coming out of the factory, because the wood glue is really, really solid, and wood, has a lot of give at some points. But there you go. And this particular one took a knock because it's an 80s warring. You know what? That's what you do with metal guitars. You play them, and you play them hard, and you ride them hard. And what's also nice, look at the double logo on this one right here. Can you see that? So what it is, they put on a double logo decal, one black and one white. So it gives it that very cool shadow effect on the headstock. Can you see that, Johnny? Johnny went to eat dinner.
Yeah.
There you go.
The white and the
white and the black. The way they achieve that is they put double stickers on it. They put a black logo, and then they put a white logo over it at a little bit of an angle. Yeah, and the Hellstorm said the Takuchi licensed Floyds were really good too. They were really strong, well made trems. Bear with me here. There we go. Well made trems, and again, good weight on these. Really, really nice neck feel. Very fast. Nice painted neck, same as the Soloist. Very, very similar, but a little bit more of a strap body. The Soloist has a little more of a dinky body, but this is a really comfortable body. It's got all the right carves, the nice belly cut, nice upper fret access. Look at that. Really deep cut for the fret access. And I like EMGs. I do. I mean, I'm more of, I'm not as big into the active pickups compared to the passives, but I mean, I like old EMGs. They give a really nice crunchy sound. And I love this BC Rich headstock design. The Gunslinger ones are a little different. If you look, let me grab, I still have last week's Gunslinger. Hang on one second, just so you can compare headstock shapes.
Wow, you disappeared back there.
Hold on. Bear with me.
Oh, he's wearing earbuds.
Okay, so this is last week's Gunslinger. This is last week's show and tell guitar. Just maneuver it there. Okay. Look at the headstock. Obviously, one is reversed. You see the Gunslingers, they reversed them, and it looks really cool. And it's not that it doesn't look cool in the regular configuration. There's just something I like better about a reverse headstock. But the edge also goes to this for being a matching headstock. So 6 1/2 dozen of another, personal choice. But you see on the Gunslinger, it's just one color on the decal, on the logo. This is 2 color, black and white. This one's just white. But very, very cool. And I love the BC Riches. I always have. Obviously, big fan. I have a ton of Gunslingers, but very, very few neck throughs were ordered. Like I said, Jackson already had established a real firm foothold in the neck through market of Strats. But look, kudos to BC Rich. If you were a BC Rich endorsee, like Andy LaRocque, you wanted one of these. And these play really nice. They have great tone, great sustain, obviously, for being a neck through. And, a very comfortable Strat shape. The ST3s were great. I love the feel of these. A lot of times I like them better than Soloists. It depends. Every guitar stands on its own. But, yeah, and a tilt back neck. You can see the angle of that. Very cool. Right? The inlays of mother of pearl. The dots. The Soloist obviously had the big shark fins, which is very cool. But like I said, the feel of these, the playabilities of these are really good. And I like the matching headstock. Obviously, the color is my color, So BC Rich ST3, neck through, handmade, very, very rare guitars to get neck through BC Rich STs. And that is this week's show and tell guitar of the week.
Can you hold it up one more time?
Yeah.
I want to get it without your name. Your name is like blocking the guitar. Hang on. All right, got it.
There we go. And thank you for the nice words, everybody in the chat. Let's talk real quick about this week's concert that just happened in Key West, Florida, the Rock Island Fest. Johnny, did you hear about this mega concert that just happened?
No.
Okay, let me read you the lineup because this was pretty fucking awesome. And shout out to all my friends in Florida who went to this. I was getting a lot of messages over the weekend about how good this show was. Okay, started on Friday. Your opening acts were Firehouse and Steelheart. Your supporting act, I'll just read every day. Steelheart, Firehouse, Winger, Night Ranger. Your headliner was Bret Michaels of Poison. Then Saturday, Enough's Enough, Bullet Boys, Warrant, Skid Row. Your headliner was Cheap Trick. Sunday, Autograph, Last in Line, Slaughter, the Doc and George Lynch reunion. Dee Snider was your headliner. Then Sunday, Bang Tango, Vixen, Jack Russell's Great White, Lita Ford, and your headliner was Jackal, hosted by Eddie Trunk. For some reason, not myself or Neanderthal, but Eddie Trunk. God bless you, dude.
Who's he?
Never heard of him. No, of course we've heard of him. Eddie's a good guy. But Paulie and I are good guys too, and we love our audience. Look, this was an incredible lineup. I mean, holy shit. Talk about, and you know, and of course, Key West is beautiful. You know, but think of all the metal bands all in once. This is like a Monsters of Rock cruise over a 4-day event in beautiful Key West. I mean, holy shit. I mean, really, 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 what a great fucking line. There's not a dud in the thing. My only question is why is Jackal your headliner on January? Nothing against the guys in Jackal, but I could see like a few of the other bands being a bigger headliner. I could see Dokken and Lynch for sure.
Who?
I could see Skid Row or Warrant bigger than Jackal. Night Ranger, same thing. I mean, again, obviously, look, they're all there playing. You know, but I don't know. Is it just me? You guys and girls in the audience, what do you think? Do you think Jackal as the headliner is a little odd on one of those days compared to Dokken and Lynch?
Where's
Skid
the poster?
Row, Warrant, Winger.
What was
Night
this called?
Ranger? Huh?
What was this show called?
Rock Island Fest 2022. Yeah, put up an image of the lineup. Here, I could actually send it to you.
I got it. I found it.
You got it?
It's on their website.
Okay.
2022.
Yeah, see if it's just me, because I'm curious what you guys and girls in the chat are thinking as far as is it just me? And then make no mistake, I like Jackal. This is not a dig on Jackal. I'm just saying, as far as this lineup, is it just me, or is Jackal kind of out of order compared to some of those other bands? I mean, I think Dokken, Skid Row, Warrant, I think those guys are all bigger than Jackal. Hellstorm might have hit on something. Jackal and Jesse James Bourbon might have been one of the sponsors. That's very possible. And Jesus Rapes Me hit me exactly where my head is at. Jackal would have been one of the more opening bands of those lineups. That's a big fucking sick lineup.
Well,
Keith Campbell says Jackal always headlines at Sturgis. Now I could see that because Jackal is kind of like a biker level band. A lot of the bikers that, same with Lita Ford, there's certain bands that really, really cater to the biker crowd, which is, look, really loyal to metal, which is great. I don't know. This just seems for that type of rock festival like they should have been a little lower in the lineup. And again, not a slam on Jackal. Great band, good show live. I just am surprised. I'm just surprised at that. I mean, Night Ranger's a big band.
Yeah,
When
but
you
you're
think
talking.
they would be higher in a lineup than Jackal? I mean,
Well,
was there that big a biker level crowd at that show?
You got to look at the day. You got to look at each day here and see like which band.
Okay, but scroll down to Monday. Scroll down to Monday.
I think
Lita Ford, I think, would have been more of a headline. And by the way, I heard Lita put on an amazing show that day. And I don't see them listed on the sponsors. I'm looking at the sponsors right now. I do not see Jackal as a sponsor. I mean, what do you guys in the chat think? Does if you were to see on Monday's lineup, Lita Ford or Jackal as the headliner, who do you think my vote would actually go to Lita?
I'll tell you why they did this.
Go ahead.
Because the weekend's over. Monday is the last straw. Barely anybody showed up for Monday, and they put the weakest band last.
Nah, I don't see it. I mean, look, all 5 of those bands are great. All 5 of those bands are great. I think, what do you guys think? I'm looking. Jackal, Lita, Jackal, Lita, 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 Lita. Yeah, it's not just me, right? I would
Monday
have
was
put
a
Lita as
holiday?
the headliner for that day. Huh?
It was. Yeah, Monday was a holiday too.
No, look, Monday was a holiday, and I mean, I think the order is right otherwise. I think, yeah, look, Vixen and Bang Tango, I love them both. They are, out of those 5, they are the openers. I could see that. That's cool. Both put on great shows. They're the openers. Then you have Jack Russell's Great White. They're good too. They're not as good as the other headliner, but I think out of those 5, correct me if I'm wrong. And Lita plays high on the Sturgis list too. And Lita's very loyal to the biker crowd. I mean, that in my opinion is the queen of metal, Lita Ford. With respect to a lot of the other ladies that are, in the metal genre. Lorraine Lewis and the girls in Vixen and, blah, blah, blah. I think in my opinion, Lita is the queen of metal. And yeah, Magic Man, I've done stand-up comedy. I don't know if I'll do it again. I thought about it. People have been trying to get me to do it again. I've just been doing more movies lately. So it's like, I mean, I love stand-up. I just prefer doing stuff on screen. But thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, look, I'm looking at the chat. Most people agree with me on that. Nothing against Jackal, but Lita is, I think, more of a headliner out of those 2, out of those 5. I mean, obviously, look, no one's going to say, "Hey, Bang Tango is the headliner." No, obviously, but with respect to Jackal, I think Lita is the bigger act. I don't know why she wasn't the headliner. And from what I heard from everyone, she killed it. She just put on a great fucking show, as Lita does. Yeah, and Symmetry, obviously, that Ozzy Osbourne song got a ton of airplay. Great song. And obviously, it's Ozzy. But even her own stuff, I mean, her solo stuff has been fucking great. Lita's an amazing guitar player, too. She's not just a singer-songwriter. She plays guitar and kicks ass with it. Really, really, really deserving of the Queen of Metal.
Thank you,
And
Cecil.
Alice Martinez, I'm sure, look, it's Florida. I'm sure there were a lot of bikers. I still think, and Lita's big with the biker crowd too. I'm friends with a lot of bikers. Like I said, I just think, both play high end at Sturgis. I just think Lita's a bigger act. But look, at the end of the day, look at that fucking festival lineup. I mean, holy shit, what a great show. Yeah, and like I said, G. Bushnoff says, yeah, but Jackal puts on a great show. Lita puts on a great show too, man. Lita puts on a great show too. Jackal puts on a great show. Look, there's not a bad band in that whole fucking lineup. Faster Pussycat, Last in Line, all of them. Really, really great show. You guys in Florida were so lucky. Seals fan Lee Aaron's great. We're talking about, girls in metal. Lee Aaron's great. Look, Sandy Sorea's great too. There's a lot of really, really great girls. Look, the Iron Maidens. I mean, we could go on and on about great girls in metal. Phoenix Vanderweeden, up and coming, a personal favorite of mine. Faster Pussycat. No, it's a great lineup. It's a really, really good lineup. And like I said, to my bajillion fans in Florida, you guys really lucked out. Who's singing for Warrant now? Keith Campbell asked. Let's see, who is Warrant's frontman now? I'm having a brain fart here.
Who's still an original member in Warrant?
Everyone except Janie, of course. Let's see. Robert Mason, I believe, is current. Adam Shore was there for a while, but Robert Mason, I believe, is their current one. I'm going to go see them when they're in Vegas over the summer. Let's see. Yeah, it is Robert Mason. There you go. And Robert's great. Robert's great too. Warrant puts on a hell of a live show. If you guys haven't seen Warrant, and I don't know how, if you've been through the 80s metal scene through your life and you have somehow missed seeing Warrant live, I don't know how, because those guys were always touring. Always touring. They were opening, they were headlining, they did club tours. I mean, holy shit. Warrant has always put on an amazing live show. Joey and Eric are still a guitarist. Jerry's still on bass. Steven's still on drums. Really, really great live. And they have a real big love and appreciation for their audience, which I love. Because look, I how many times during every episode of the show for years have I said how much I appreciate our audience, how much I love our audience? Warrant is the same. Warrant has always said we appreciate our audience so much. And a lot of artists don't do that. A lot of them don't. A lot of them, basically say, yeah, hey, we put on a show for you. Great. You paid your money. You got your money's worth. Warrant goes out of their way to say how much they appreciate their audience. So does Kiss. And, we do too, because, on here, we really, really, really appreciate our audience.
We love all of you.
Yeah. And let's see, Jeff Davidson's Jerry doesn't tour with Warrant anymore. Not to my knowledge. I mean, I'll tell you when I see him in over the summer. I'll be going over there.
You guys go to camp?
What's this now?
You guys go to camp together?
Yeah. I get on the little short bus. They pick us up, take us to Driftwood Day Camp here in New York. Jesus Rapes Me wants to know, what's my favorite show I saw in the 80s? I'm going to give it between probably 2 shows. I'm going to give it to pretty much any Poison show I saw at Jones Beach in New York, and I saw them a million times. Really, really, Poison's such an amazing live band. I love them so much. And Queensryche's Empire Tour at the Nassau Coliseum, because they played the entire Operation Mindcrime live. And that is one of my all-time favorite albums of all time, is Queensryche's Operation Mindcrime. And this was still with the original Queensryche lineup. And I love the new Queensryche lineup too. But this was when Chris DeGarmo was still on guitar, and they were like at their peak. Empire had just come out, which is amazing. And to see them do Operation Mindcrime in order, it's like watching that video version of Operation Live Crime, where they were just on. They were just totally on. So there you go. Let's see. Looking at questions from the audience. Let's see. Kendrive 55 says Jeff Tate or John BL. Very close in appearance, but I'm going to give the edge to Jeff Tate. There's John BL live with delicious Colonel's Gourmet popcorn.
That stuff's awesome.
You know, I would love some delicious Colonel's Gourmet popcorn right now, Johnny. Even though John BL is appearing with Colonel's popcorn, I'm going to say, I'm going to give it to Queensryche, but you know, I'm going to give it to Jeff Tate, but just because he sings higher. John BL, however, has the sponsorship for delicious Colonel's Gourmet popcorn and more. Colonel's Gourmet popcorn. If you haven't had Colonel's Gourmet popcorn, you don't know what the hell you're missing. Colonel's Gourmet popcorn and more, the best gourmet popcorn out there. Flavored popcorn, candy corn, cheese corn, movie popcorn that I'm addicted to. Chocolate, sugar-free chocolate cashews to die for, and candy. And when you mention John BL, I'm sorry, when you mention Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon, you get more product. You get more deliciousness in Colonel's Gourmet popcorn packages. So when you order bags, they're bigger bags, or they'll throw in some extra chocolate, or they'll throw in some extra popcorn. Colonel's Gourmet popcorn and more. Thank you, Colonel's, for your delicious influence. Speaking of influence, Magic Man says, John Mancuda, who is your biggest comedic influence? I'm going to say, we were talking about him earlier, George Carlin, absolutely corrupted my filthy mind, and early Eddie Murphy, especially with Delirious, also another huge influence on my twisted, dirty sense of humor back when I was doing stand-up comedy and getting into acting. So those are probably my two biggest influences. Eric Bushnoff asks, one of the Warrant guitar players has his own wine. That is Eric. That is Eric Turner has his own wine. Eric's a wine enthusiast and has his own brand. Yes. So there you go. Let's see. Symmetry. There we go. Yeah, Can't Try 55 says on that Colonel's popcorn, if you mention John BL, they send you an empty box. So mention Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon if you want that extra product. Don't mention John BL. And if you mention my name, they give you your money back and say don't ever call us again. So stick with Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon when you order delicious Colonel's Gourmet popcorn. There you go. Don't mention that guy. Do not mention David Crosby or those shit in the box. Delicious Colonel's Gourmet popcorn and more. Renus wants to know, who has a bigger cock, me or Rob Jeremy? I don't know a Rob Jeremy. I know Ron Jeremy, and he's got a massive hog. So I'm assuming you meant Ron Jeremy, and yeah, I mean, come on. No question. Lenny Bruce, Before My Time. Obviously, very influential to a lot of comics. Not to me personally. Before my time, my guys were George Carlin and Eddie Murphy out of the gate. There we go. Let's see. Questions from the audience as we round out the hour. Questions from the audience. Let's see. Who else did we talk about today? I'm just looking in music news here. Oh, here's a piece, just so you guys know. Iron Maiden has announced that on one of their upcoming tours, not the current one that they're doing now, but on their upcoming tour. Right now, they're playing a few songs from their new album, Senjutsu, which is a great album, by the way. If you don't have it, fucking A, go buy it. Right now, they're doing about 3 songs from it. They're planning, and there's a lot of mixed reaction online about this. They're planning on playing the entire album start to finish, which is an 82-minute running album, on one of their upcoming tours. Not their current tour. Current? Not their current tour, but on an upcoming tour. They've said, look, we're going to play Senjutsu start to finish. Now, the reason I bring this up is, and I guess the reason they brought it up is back in 2006, when Matter of Life and Death came out, they were doing that tour and they played the entire album, which was like 76 minutes. And it kind of pissed the audience off because when you're going to see Iron Maiden, you kind of want to see all the hits in their catalog. You want to see the greatest songs. You want to see, 2 Minutes After Midnight and The Trooper and Aces High, and you want to see Run to the Hills, and you're looking for all the Iron Maiden hits, and squeezing all those in one concert, it takes its time. So in 2006, when they played Matter of Life and Death, obviously they played all of their new album, but they didn't get to all their hits. And that pissed a lot of people off. So now they're announcing it in advance. Hey, we're letting you know that not this tour, but an upcoming tour, part of it is going to be, part of the content is going to be the full Senjutsu album, all 82 minutes of it. So if you're buying a ticket, know that in advance so you don't come crying to us, hey, you didn't play this song, you didn't play this song, you didn't play this song. And that's why they're saying it. They're letting you know right now, they're not playing, all their hits during that tour. They're going to play Senjutsu and some of their hits. So what do you guys think of that? I'm curious. Do you guys in the audience, would you pay specifically and go see that tour if they do that? I mean, they're going to do that. They're letting you know they're going to do that because they're Iron Maiden. They don't need the money. They're going to do what they want. Would you say, yeah, I would still go knowing that? Or would you say, unless they're playing all the hits randomly and a song or two here or there from the new album, I'm not going to give them my money? What are your thoughts? Yay, nay? I'm curious. While I'm waiting for your reaction, Kevin Bethel says, am I missing LA yet? Look, I'm a born and bred New Yorker. I'm very happy here when I'm in New York. I will be going back to LA soon for that movie audition. I told you guys earlier at the top of the show. And then look, I go back and forth between New York and LA all the time. Every time I leave LA, one of my closest friends gets my house. So he's really happy, to have free house, rent free, Mancuda's penthouse. Great. I get to stay there. But no, look, I mean, I'm probably happier in New York. This is my hometown. This is where I'm born and bred. Let's see. Leo Safko says, I look like Richie Kotzen and Dan Aykroyd's illegitimate love child. Hey, I should only have such parents like that. Instead, I have Mama Cuda. Well, it's nice to have a good mother, at least. That's nice. It's always a good thing. And Blue Rhino, my little blue grandson. There it is. Let's see. You got Leo Safko already has. Leo Safko, you already have your tickets to the current Iron Maiden tour. They're doing a few songs from the new album on that tour that you have tickets to. They're announcing not this tour, but a future tour upcoming that tickets are not on sale for yet. They'll be doing the complete Senjutsu album. So you don't have tickets for that. You have tickets for, regular Iron Maiden concert, which is great. Good for you, man. Keith Campbell says The Who did it with Tommy and Quadrophenia. Yeah, I could see them doing that with Tommy. Tommy was a concept album. I could see that.
Is that Priest album? Is that their newest one that they're going to do the whole thing of?
I'm talking about Iron Maiden.
Oh, that's what I mean. Iron Maiden. Was that their latest one?
Yes.
Nobody wants to hear that.
I think it's a great album. I would go look. They're basically letting you know here's what's going to be played and letting you decide, knowing that set list, do you want to go to this performance for this much money or not? Because it backfired on them last time, where people were shocked. Hey, they didn't play this, they didn't play that, they didn't play Number of the Beast, they didn't, and they got flack for it. Now they're telling you, here's what's going to be the show. Do you want to buy a ticket? That's what's going to go on. Yeah, Jesus Rapes Me says it's like Metallica playing Saint Anger in its entirety. You might go anyway, you might not. If you know you're not going to hear Seek and Destroy, you might be pissed off that you're going to a Metallica show and not hearing that, But look, both bands are good live. Maiden puts on an amazing show. Yeah, we talked about Iron Maiden and Judas Priest last week and this week. Two bands we're all fans of. Let's see. Symmetry, you say Metallica never disappoints. In concert, I agree with you. Metallica's great live. Albums, hit or miss. After the Black Album, hit or miss. I like the Black Album. I know a lot of people say everything before the Black Album was great, and then the Black Album changed. I like the Black Album. So I count Black Album and everything before it was amazing. After that, hit or miss, hit or miss. Some stuff on Load I like, some stuff on Reload I don't like, Saint Anger, hit or miss afterwards. But look, you go to see Metallica concert, you want to take me? I'm there with you. I'll absolutely go. Always great live. I totally agree. Metallica's terrific live. And listen, the Big Four show, which was the last time I saw them live, with Megadeth and Anthrax. Let's see, was it Megadeth, Anthrax, and Slayer? Come on. That was an amazing, amazing show. Really amazing. All four bands brought their A game. It was terrific at Yankee Stadium. Really good. So yeah, highly recommend if you could see Metallica live, of course. Yeah, and here's the thing. Hellstorm says, Load and Reload, not bad. And their last two albums have been great. That's what I'm talking about. Hit or miss. Even on Load and Reload, maybe you like this song, but not the rest. Maybe you like these two songs. Old Metallica, Black Album and before, you could just play them through, and they're terrific. They're just great stuff. Not a dud in them. Jeff Davidson, you didn't like seeing Slayer live? I don't know, man. Slayer was fucking great. Symmetry says everyone's thoughts should have been the Big Six. Would have been great with Testament and Exodus. Absolutely. More fucking classic metal bands. More of the truest thrash bands. Best of the time. Absolutely. Very, very, very cool if all six of them played. But look, it was four, and it was the biggest four. Absolutely. I think the lineup was right. After that, I would have thrown in Testament. Then I would have thrown in Exodus. But look, all six are great. Yeah, and I don't need to hear more versions of Unforgiven. Just the original's great. That's it. Yeah, Kerry King for me, you're talking Slayer. Kerry King was a great fucking player. He's a great player. I've never seen anything bad come out of Kerry King. Let's see. Just looking through the chat. St. Anger was great. Some of it was. Some of it wasn't. Like I said, not as, for me at least, anyway, for me at least. Not as good as anything Black Album or pre-Black Album. That was their best stuff. I mean, look, you could look at a lot of bands like that. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, and everything before it. After that, here and there, you'd say the same thing about Metallica. James Baker, talk about AC/DC. Yeah, no, look, the newest AC/DC, terrific stuff, man. And this is the thing. AC/DC is a one-trick pony. I mean, they're playing the same three chords. You gotta hear songs with these kind of vocals, and that's what you want. They're giving you exactly what you think they're going to give you. Nothing different, nothing experimental, nothing changing. Just good, hard, raw rock and roll in the way they do it, with the raspy voice and the hardcore guitars and three chords. And that's their trick. They're a one-trick pony, and it's a great trick that we have loved for 50 years. I love it. Like I said, AC/DC does no wrong in my book. So yeah. Jeff Davidson, Johnny did probably go feed the chickens. Let's see. Magic Man, Metallica is supposed to be coming out with a new album this year. So stoked. Who else was working on a new album that I made a note of? Who else was it? Let's see. Someone else I made a note of. Oh, here we go. Skid Row. Skid Row is working on a new album for early 2022 with Zepp Thart of Dragon Force, who's been in Skid Row the last few years, and they've never done an album with him until now. So everyone's looking forward to that. And obviously, Dragonheart was great. So he's a great vocalist. Again, very different, of course, than Sebastian Bach, and that's always who he's going to be compared to. But let's try to keep an open mind, because the Skids are great. And here's a note for you. They are now the supporting act of the Scorpions Vegas residency. Because if you guys remember, the Scorpions had a Vegas residency, and due to the pandemic, that got pushed back. It was supposed to be I guess 2021, I think. And now it's March and April of 2022. Queensryche was originally that opening act, and I guess scheduling conflicts or whatever, they couldn't do it. And now Skid Row is that supporting act for the Scorpions Vegas residency. That's over at Planet Hollywood. And that's with ZP Thart. I'm probably butchering his name. Forgive me if I am. And supposedly, very good live with them. I've never seen them live with him, but I know Dragon Force, and I know he's a good vocalist. And I think this may be a good album. I have a feeling, I have a gut feeling that, with that fresh blood in there, that they're kind of invigorated and really ready to match some of the good albums that we've seen lately from Iron Maiden, from AC/DC. Maybe not to that level, but I think that I think they're gonna put out a pretty good album. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna give them a shot. So that'll be in early 22. No specific release date. Let's see. Yeah, obviously LA Guns' new album, phenomenal. Jack Russell and Tracy Gunn's project album, that should be great. Black Star Riders new album. Scorpions have a new album out, and supposedly, rumor is it's going to be as good as the Blackout album. I hope so. I mean, look, the Scorpions very rarely fail me. Personally, I'm a huge Scorpions fan. I hope it's as good as Blackout. God willing, that would be fucking phenomenal. That'd be really cool. Alice Martinez loves Skid Row. Hey, I love him too. Now, look, Skid Row is one of those bands. I love them and Sebastian Bach both on their own. I'd love to see them together. It'll probably never happen, but I wish them both well, and I can't wait to see what they come out with. Johnny, my dear friend Johnny Beane, back with us.
Hey, I just had dinner, everybody.
All right. And I'm about to have dinner. But first, let me take a minute and thank our awesome audience. We appreciate you. We love you. And seriously, look, regardless, take your freedom of choice. And my recommendation for it is get vaxxed and wear masks. Because you know what? I want to see all these bands live. I want to get back to live music, and I want to get out of this pandemic. So forget politics. Just do what's good for you and hopefully for everyone around you. Just let's get out of this damn pandemic, okay? Because I care about you and we all care about you. And more than anything, we appreciate the hell out of you. Yeah, and Johnny doesn't want to go another hour. I'd want to go another hour. Johnny's like 4 hours. That's it, Mancuda. That's enough. You got to shut up. Mancuda, shut your big pink mouth up.
I still have 3 hours to do on Twitch later.
There you go. See, Johnny's got to play GTA. But either way, I want to take a minute, thank our audience. And look, for Betty White, who just celebrated her 100th birthday in heaven, adopt an animal in a no-kill shelter. Adopt, don't shop. Do it for Betty White. Do it for the animals. It's the right thing to do. Go adopt a new best friend, dog or cat. Save them out of the shelter. Rescuing an animal, the best thing you could do. Absolutely. So for Betty White, do it for Betty White and go to a shelter and get a new best friend. Best decision you will ever have made. I promise you. So let's do that for Betty White. And yeah, we love you too. Thank you everyone for the kind words. Seriously, and realistically, aside from my PayPal down there, take a minute. If you're not going to adopt, give something to a no-kill shelter. Give some money. Give a couple of bucks. Give a couple of bucks to a local no-kill shelter near you. Okay. That's where I really want your money to be going. Okay. Look at Edward Van Halen speaking up for adoption. Look at that. You can have one of those or a beautiful dog or even a rhino. They're very few and far between.
This guy was adopted.
But I really, seriously, jokes aside, I really want you to go to a shelter and adopt a new best friend. If you're depressed now, go bring home a beautiful new animal that will give you tons of unconditional love.
What?
Get a dog, get a cat, send a couple of bucks to a no-kill animal shelter. That's where I really want you to send your money. Okay? Just a couple of bucks for Betty White. Put it in Betty White's name.
I think he has a question.
Ned has a question, everybody. He's raising his hand. Yes, Edward Van Halen.
What is it? Ned says Thursdays at 8?
Jesus Christ.
He's
such a twat. Go adopt an animal or give a couple of bucks to a shelter. Seriously, that's what I'm begging you to do. Please. All jokes aside, I'm really asking that from our audience. And otherwise, like I said, just, look, be careful out there. Shitty times right now. Hopefully you enjoy coming here for a couple of hours, get a couple of laughs under your belt.
A couple
hours. Yeah, a couple hours. 4 hours. Look, we appreciate you coming over here and spending your time with us and getting a couple of laughs. Hopefully it brightened your day. But look, there's a price, and that price is, listen to me, just go to the animal shelter, get a new best friend, or throw a couple of bucks into the animal shelter. And
they'll be laughing when they
thank you, Lindy Lynch. Huh? What'd you say, Johnny?
They'll be laughing when they shut the YouTube off.
Yeah, I know. And listen, leave a thumbs up on the video. We appreciate it. And leave comments because we read them, we reply to them. We appreciate them. We appreciate you. Let's give thanks to our channel members. Johnny.
Channel members.
Our beloved channel members.
We love all of you. The truth is we love everybody that watches this stuff. But
we love a few people a little bit more.
The channel members really get a little more of the where I can't even find it.
Because they pay Johnny's mortgage, so the channel members get a little extra love.
There they are.
Holy shit, could they get any smaller? Look at all those people. Jesus Christ, I can't even read that. Let's give thanks to James 5150, James Gum, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, Wayno, Thomas Santiago, Smallmouth Guy. I hope you have a smallmouth girl sister for me. Dave Ennis, Vinyl Freak 5150, Majestic PB&J Cat, Mike Neese, Dan Halen, James G, Music Therapy Laz, Andy Carson, Rick Green, The Chad, Christopher Live Sawa, All Dave All Night, Murphy, Steve Barton, Fernando Riley, Laguna Palms with his sister Rosie Palms, Robot Master Switch, R2R3 Locking Nut, 6 Chick 71, Hillary Lewis, Jeff T, 5150 TV, Kurt 5150, the 5150 Show, and Beebs TV. You catching a theme here, Johnny? With the 5150? The Dreamer's Life, there's the Dreamer, R. Habs, Stephen Franklin, Carol Hatcher, Sean Shreds, Margaret Scranton, Michael the Captain Smith, Jesus Rapes Me, Nicole Mrazek, Brian Spalding, Joe Christian, False Flag, Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Mr. BHB Jr., that's Bruce, Thomas Santiago, Linny Lou, and Johnny, don't forget my little geriatric sex kit Mary in there, Bo Zeke, and Steve Carmichael.
Yes. And Warlag.
And Warlag.
And we got a new one today. Bobby. Oh, man. What was your name?
Bobby Brady, Bobby Flay, Bobby Dahl.
Bobby. Actually, I can find it right now. Hang on. Members.
Bobby gives a good hand jobby. What's the name, John?
Oh, Bob. Well, it says Bubby.
Bubby?
Bubby.
Is that my Bubby? My grandma? My Bubby?
Bubby Dukakis and Mr. Mick.
I'm sorry. Do what?
Bubby Dukakis.
Oh, Bubby Dukakis.
Bubby Dukakis and Mr. Mick, newest channel members.
And Mr. Mick. So that's McMars, I assume. Yeah, Johnny's got to redo this card and add Mary to Linny Lou and put Steve Carmichael in his proper last-minute place.
Headlining. Steve Carmichael is the true headliner of whatever that festival.
But it's fun to say his name last.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean we love him any less. We save the best for last. And Symmetry. Symmetry in there somewhere, Johnny?
Symmetry.
Star of our New Year's Eve special, if you guys watched that. Our 5-hour New Year's Eve special this year, which was a lot of fun. If you guys haven't seen it, check that out on the replay on YouTube. And again, like I said, more than anything, just remember, we appreciate you. We appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate you coming here, joking around with us, being silly with us, talking metal with us, talking everything, talking about my mother, everything. And thank you, by the way, for all the nice messages for my mother. She appreciates you too. She loves our audience. She loves our show. Someone has to. John, I love your audience more than I love you. I'm just saying. And Blue Rhino is really my favorite. Right,
Yes.
Johnny?
Yeah.
All right. So what are you going now? Live on Twitch?
Yeah. Yeah, for another
You
couple
guys rock
hours.
too. Thank you, Eddie Jones.
Eddie Jones. Eddie Jones. Eddie Jones.
Eddie Jones! Eddie Jones! Oh my God! Eddie Jones! Oh my God!
Oh my gosh.
We love you, Eddie Jones. I love how Glenn Danzig Eats Cum is putting out Renus's sign. Like we don't know it's actually Renus Pankel. It's you're slipping, Michael. You're slipping. And yes, Keith Campbell, I will give Mama Kuda kisses from the audience with tongue.
Oh gosh.
Put it right on my beaver. And thank you. Delicious Bang Energy drink. Speaking of Mom's Beaver, delicious Bang Energy drink. Wash that tasty vagina out of your mouth with delicious Bang Energy drink. Always the right time in the most inappropriate times. Bang Energy drink. There we go. I think there's a Swiss pick up my coach. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
You got anything else, Johnny?
I will see you guys next time here. Laz, are you still in here? I don't know. We'll figure that out. Laz and I were supposed to do some comparison
69?
5150 videos.
Oh, the wrong number.
I'm not. Maybe that'll be next week. Laz, I'll
And
talk.
thank
to
you to the great Neanderthal, by the way.
Yes, Neanderthal, John Mancuda,
Blue Rhino.
Blue Rhino, Ned,
Ooh.
everyone. If you guys want to keep the party going, I'll be live on Twitch in about 10 minutes for a couple hours, doing some GTA with our friends, such as
Friends. I wish I had friends.
Cemetery. Cemetery, are you going to be there, man? Cemetery, Robot Master Switch. CC, are you going to come over? All right, CC will be there. And others. Come join us, you guys. We have a lot of fun over there. On Twitch. There's the link in the chat. We have a great time. Okay.
There you go.
All right, Hellstorm. All right.
Rock on, everybody. Be safe out there. We love you.
All right, Johnny Bean TV. Bye-bye.